Orders suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law due to the novel coronavirus. This meeting, October 1st, 2020, this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals is physically closed to the public in order to avoid group congregation. Alternative public access to this meeting is provided in the following manner. The meeting is being televised via FCTV. In real-time, public comment can be used to address the Zoning Board of Appeals utilizing the Zoom virtual meeting software for remote access. This application allows viewers to view the meeting and then send a comment or question to the chair via the chat function. Submitted text comments will be read into the record at the appropriate point in the meeting. To log on to Zoom, you can go to www.falmouthmass.us/ZBA, and there is a link there to start the Zoom app. I'll introduce the board at this time. My name is TJ Hurry. I'm the chair of the board. We have Ken Foreman, who is the vice chair, Bob Dugan, who is the clerk, Ed Van Kuren, who is a full voting member, Scott Zielinski, who is also a full voting member, James Morse is an associate member, and Mary Berry is an associate member as well. We have Noreen Stockman, who is the zoning administrator, and Ashley DeMello, who is the recording secretary for tonight. We also have with us Thomas Cox from the Falmouth IT department and our friends at FCTV assisting us tonight as well. The Zoning Board of Appeals is charged with applying the zoning bylaws for the town, and we consider requests for special permits, variances, and appeals as provided in the bylaws, which have been approved by town meeting and the Attorney General's office for the Commonwealth. All the board's decisions are made through the public hearing process. The board's goal is to hear testimony from the applicant and also from the public, and to allow a full and fair discussion of the project prior to rendering a decision. To begin each hearing, the clerk will read the public announcement of the hearing and then present any pertinent information from the files, such as referrals from town departments and summarizing correspondences to the board. The applicant or the applicant's representative will then have 15 minutes to make a presentation, and time may be extended by vote of the board. The board will then question the applicant, and the public will be invited to comment as well. We ask that public comment should be directed only at the project itself, and we also ask you to please refrain from making any personal or derogatory statements. Public comments can include opinion in favor or in opposition, or it might just simply be a question about the nature of the project. And once again, if anyone out there is wishing to provide public comment, you can utilize the Zoom app at www.falmouthmass.us/ZBA. We do ask you to provide your full name and address for the record. And you can utilize the webinar chat, send that information in, and we will address it at the appropriate time. The board will then either close or continue the hearing when the board is satisfied that enough information has been presented by testimony and in the file to make a decision. By motion and vote of the board, the hearing will be closed. In the alternative, we may continue the hearing to a future date and time. After the hearing is closed, no more testimony may be taken. And as for board discussion and decisions, the board may then further discuss the project among ourselves and make a motion to deny or approve would be made and voted upon. The motion will include a summary of key findings and conditions. An affirmative vote of 4 members, which is a supermajority, is required for approval of motions on special permits, variances, and appeals. A split vote, such as a 3-2 vote, would be a failure to carry and would result in denial of the project. Under Massachusetts general law, if a special permit is denied, the applicant cannot return to the board for 2 years unless the project is substantially different. So turning to our agenda for tonight, we have public comment. We have 2 continuations, 2 new public hearings, and we have a number of items on our open meeting agenda. So first up tonight is public comment. This public comment is geared for anything that is not on the agenda tonight. So if anyone out there has anything, any sort of comment on something that is not on the agenda, go ahead and use your name and address, usually using the webinar chat, and we will announce it if anything pops up. And if anything does pop up, I'll just make sure to make that mention. We will go to our continuations. Up first, we have application 27-20, 797 Main Street LLC, which is in regard to 797 Main Street in Falmouth. Voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski.
So, Mr. Chairman, in the file, we have a letter from Matt Terry with Armand Clower, and they're requesting withdrawal. Letter states, Dear Ms. Stockman, Armand Clower LLP now represents 797 Main Street LLC, the applicant under the above referenced special permit application and the owner of 797 Main Street, Falmouth. Please see the enclosed authorization that has been signed by the applicant. At the Zoning Board of Appeals hearing scheduled for October 1st, 2020, the applicant would like the board to consider a request for withdrawal of the above application without prejudice. The applicant will be working with the abutting property owners concerning parking and access for 797 Main Street, and we expect this process to take some time.
So moved.
I'm sorry, Scott, were you making a motion? I think I had a,
Yeah, so I'll make a motion to let them withdraw without prejudice.
Second.
okay, motion to withdraw without prejudice was made by Scott and seconded by Ken. We'll do a roll call vote once again. Ken, do you mind starting us off?
Oh, Ken Foreman, aye.
Thank you, Ken. Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ed? Oh, you're on mute, Ed.
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
There we go. All right, Ed. Scott?
Thank you.
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So that application is withdrawn without prejudice. Unanimous.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Attorney Terry.
Good to see you.
Okay, up next, we have application 36-20, Wings Pond LLC, 63 North Falmouth Highway in North Falmouth.
Mr. Chairman, Brian Yergation, who's the peer engineer from BSC, will be attending this evening. So make sure that he has been elevated. And it may be optimal to let him speak and ask questions tonight, since they've been doing the review on the project.
Sure, thank you, Bob. So if he's out there on the attendees list, if we could get him elevated as well, please.
I don't think I see him in our list right now.
All right. Guess when he pops in, we can always elevate him. Mr. Marioni, are you with us? Mr. Marioni? All right, well, we're waiting for him to connect, I guess. I'll just say that the voting members on this are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. Mr. Marioni? I can see that he's unmuted. I'm just not sure what the problem might be.
Mr. Chairman, since we're having issues just connecting with Mr. Marioni and also that Mr. Yugation isn't here, would it be possible to take item number 3 out of order and then come back to this after item number 3 from public hearings?
Sure, if you'd like to make that motion, Bob.
So I'd make a motion to take application 49-20 Valonius Lampros 154 Edgewater Drive out of order. We'll be tabling application 36-20 Wingspun LLC until after the hearing on 154 Edgewater Drive East.
I'll second it.
Right, motion to table the current application 36-20 and take 49-20 out of order. That was made by Bob and seconded by Scott. We'll do a roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, I.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So application 36-20 is now tabled. We are taking 49-20 out of order. Valonius Lampros 154 Edgewater Drive East in East Falmouth. Bob, if you could read everything into the record, please.
So application number 49-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Mass General Laws, you are hereby notified that Platone G. Valonius and Maria Lampros of Lexington, Mass. have applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a modification of special permit number 21-19 pursuant to Sections 240-3C of the Code of Falmouth to construct a dormer to the rear of the pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling on subject property known as 154 Edgewater Drive East, East Falmouth, Mass. For referrals, Health Department, Health has no issues with the project as long as the attic is to remain unfinished and the total number of bedrooms does not exceed the existing 3. Engineering, 1, the application was reviewed for impacts to public rights of way and public utilities. Edgewater Drive West is a public right of way in this area. No alterations are proposed to the right of way. Any changes within the right of way would require filing a permit with the engineering division. 2, any connections or alterations to public utilities would require permission from the appropriate town department. 3, the project must not direct any stormwater runoff to public property, abutters or public rights of way. And 4, the dry wells were included in the original application. We recommend that gutter changes include discharge to the dry wells. Water Department, no comment. Fire Department doesn't have any issues with the project as drawn. Then in the file, there are 3 letters of opposition. Appears from abutters. First one is from Patricia McDonald, 159 Edgewater Drive East. As a neighbor, I oppose the request for Platone Valonius and Maria Lampros to construct a dormer to the rear of their pre-existing non-conforming single-family dwelling located at 154 Edgewater Drive East. Then from Jerome and Karen Sheehan at 151 Edgewater Drive East. We're against the request of Maria Lampros and Platone Valonius to add a dormer to the rear of their pre-existing non-conforming single-family house located at 154 Edgewater Drive East, East Falmouth. And then one from a Beverly Walsh, 149 Edgewater. I'm concerned about the proposed plans for the new house to add a second story and dormers. When the plan to replace the existing house with one that would be basically the same but a few feet higher, that was fine. But even before adding a second story and dormers, the footprint for the house now includes area where the porch and patio were. It's going to be enormous. They have rented it out the last few years, including a 2-boat dock. If they're now going to let it out to large groups and the dock, there'll be a lot of cars parking on the street, which isn't good for the neighborhood. And then there is one additional letter of concern. This is from a Kathleen Casey at 150 Edgewater Drive East. She did ask that the letter be read into the record at the Zoom hearing. Dear members of the Town of Falmouth Zoning Board of Appeals, my name is Kathleen Casey. Since 2002, I have owned my home on 150 Edgewater Drive East, and I am the closest abutter to 154 Edgewater Drive East. whose owners are requesting a modification of the special permit for a dormer addition on a non-conforming single-family dwelling. Note that I am a retired classroom reading teacher who taught for 37 years in the Barnstable Public School System. I'm strongly opposed to the most recent proposal submitted to you by my neighbors. In spring of 2019, Maria visited my house with plans of her home's construction. She said it was to be the same house with slightly higher ceilings and rebuilt on the same location on the lot. Nothing more. I specifically asked her about roof height, additions, added windows, while pointing towards her older home. I mentioned that I was concerned about my loss of privacy with a larger home 3.5 feet from my property line, shade on my established trees and gardens, and rebuilding by the river. She assured me that there would be no additions, no extra windows, and that the roof and view from my house would be the same, except her house would just be newer, brighter, with new windows on the first floor, a little taller, and would have an unfinished attic. I also then understood that building on the footprint meant that the new house would be constructed where the block foundation was, and that it would not include all the concrete patios, walkways, and decks. Based on her statements, I did not object nor appear at the May 2019 hearing. Maria told me that the ZBA was happy that she and her husband planned to reconstruct the same home, as many other homeowners tried to build much larger ones. 2 weeks ago, I was surprised to receive the most recent notice from the ZBA about a hearing for the proposed modification for a dormer with many windows. I learned that the old roof was 16 feet high and the new roof 25 feet high, a total increase of 9 feet. With this proposal, I can't tell if the roof height is being increased again. The 2020 proposed elevation plan shows how the plan differs from the approved 2019 plan. And then it is a note highlighted in red on the architectural drawings, page 3 and 4. The 2019 permit allowed for 3 bedrooms, all on the first floor. The Board of Health had no issue if the attic remains unfinished and that the total number of bedrooms does not exceed the existing 3. In the past years, 154 has been rented in the summer and overflow sleeping was provided in the cellar. The current plans show a shower, toilet, and vanity in the basement. Originally, the home was 1 story with an unfinished basement. Since the 2019 ZBA permit approval, it was to be a home with 2 floors of living, a finished basement, and a first floor of living space. If you approve the current modification request, the house with the dormer and many windows will be 3 stories with increased bulk on the 3rd floor. Most Falmouth residents might agree that homeowners would not spend tens of thousands of dollars for construction of a dormer with a bank of windows plus gable windows in an unfinished attic space. Might some people think that the purpose of this modification could be intended to provide greatly expanded sleeping in the living quarters? With this proposal, there are expanded river and attic views. You already granted 1 special permit in 2019 for reconstruction. Likewise, the FCC already permitted the 154 homeowners to excavate what seems to be almost half the original backyard closest to Childs River, an area that is located in the flood zone. I fear that if you grant this current modification, walls will be built in the attic after the hearing and the house will grow in size, perhaps for larger groups of people in our neighborhood, which consists of small lots and homes with septic systems that seep into Wacoit Bay coastal overlay. I've been a good neighbor to the Valonius family, but I am opposed to this request. Please deny this modification of special permit 21-19 for a dormer on a house with an unfinished attic that just 16 months ago received approval to be raised and reconstructed with just 2 floors of living. Thank you sincerely, Kathleen Casey.
All right, thank you, Bob. And on this application are the regular voting members, myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. And once again, if anyone out there has public comment regarding this application, go ahead and type it into the webinar chat using the Zoom app, and we will address it when the time comes shortly. And for the applicant, I believe we have Attorney Clower.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Kevin Clower. I'm an attorney with Ahmet Clower Law Firm here in Falmouth, and I represent the applicants, Platten Valonius and Maria Valonius, the owners of 154 Edgewater Drive East. As I think many of you will recall, we were here before you approximately 16 months ago for the permitting of this project. At that time, we obtained approval to raise and construct the existing dwelling on the lot and to replace it with a similar, though expanded dwelling. That decision was set forth in special permit number 2119. Since that time, and prior to the construction, the applicant's architect sadly passed away, and they had to engage a new architect. During that process, they realized there were some flaws in the design, and they're seeking to amend the plans. As a brief recap, this property is located in Seacoast Shores on a lot of 15,600 square feet. It's located within the Residential C zoning district and partially within the AE 13 flood zone. The applicants have owned this property for the past 10 years or so, but are seeking to make it their primary home and need to make improvements to it in order to do so. Presently, they have approval to construct a new 3-bedroom dwelling with a footprint of 2,200 square feet. That approved structure maintains the existing setbacks of 3.7 feet from the northerly lot line and 27 feet from the 3-foot contour. The applicant's unable to move any further away from the lot line to the south due to Conservation Commission setbacks. The approved structure is a single story with attic space above, a pitched roof, and a ridge height elevation of approximately 25 feet. There's a walkout basement, and it's compliant with the flood zone. When the new architect was engaged, they realized that certain aspects of the house were aesthetically unappealing, mostly from the rear of the house, and that the attic space, as designed, is insufficient. They're downsizing from their current home, and the house presently doesn't have much in the way of storage. As such, they are seeking to expand the attic area, which will be entirely within the current design footprint. The only changes are the addition of 2 dormers, both at the rear of the house, and the addition of a window in the left elevation, and 1 or 2 small windows and a door in the right elevation. These proposed changes have no impact on footprint, no impact on the lot coverage, bedroom count, or any other area of concern. They only serve to add usable space, to improve the aesthetics of the building, and to provide options to the owners moving forward. Due to the existing nonconformities and the special permit in effect, we are required to modify the special permit decision pursuant to 240, Section 3C. That section holds out that pre-existing non-conforming structures may be changed by special permit, provided that they're not substantially more detrimental. The board is asked to consider the standards of 240-216 and whether or not there's any new dimensional non-conformities being created, whether there's any impact on views and vistas, and whether it reasonably conforms to the neighborhood. This proposed dwelling that we're seeking today is a 1.5-story 3-bedroom home with a walkout basement, an unfinished attic, and a footprint of 2,200 square feet. There's no change to the approved nonconformities, either the side yard setback or the rear yard setback. There's no change to what's approved to lot coverage by structure, which is 14.1%, well below the 20% allowed by right. And the number of bedrooms will remain the same at 3. And the ridge height also remains the same as approved, 25 feet, well below the 35 feet that's allowed. These changes, independently and collectively, are not a substantial deviation from what was previously approved. They don't change the nature or intent of the special permit. There's no impact on the existing nonconformities, and there's no new nonconformities created. All of the changes are to the rear of the house and does not impact views and vistas from public ways, and it is very much consistent with the neighborhood. We are aware of and have reviewed the correspondence from the abutters. The proposal does not impact, as I've mentioned, the proposal does not impact the nature of the original approval and does not contribute or exacerbate the existing nonconformities. Given that the changes are to the rear of the house, we're surprised at the response, especially since there were no concerns expressed of this nature at the original hearing, when the front of the house remains almost identical to what's being proposed today. While it's true that the home has been rented in the past, that was due in large part to the fact that it's about to be torn down. The applicants have no intent to rent this moving forward, as they do intend to use this as their primary residence. A lot of the correspondence seems to contain a significant amount of innuendo about what could happen, but that's not what we're proposing. And I think we have to look at what's actually being proposed today. The applicants are willing to agree that the attic is going to be unfinished, and they want to use it for storage space. On the merits of this application, there are no detriments to this project, and certainly none that could be considered substantially more detrimental than what currently exists or what has been approved. For these reasons and these considerations, I'd ask that this board grant the modification, and I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Attorney Clower. And I do see some public comment rolling in, and I will make that announcement when the time comes shortly. We will turn it to board comment at this time. Ken, do you have any questions?
Yeah, a couple. Is the attic space heated?
No, it's not. It's insulated. It'll be insulated because that's, I think, required, but not heated.
Okay, and I don't see a Maybe I missed it in the floor plan, but is that just a completely open plan up there?
Yes. There's some knee walls, but that's about it.
Yeah. No bathroom, no plumbing.
Nope.
Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you, Ken. Bob?
So Kevin, you mentioned that in review, there were flaws in the design, and then you mentioned aesthetic. So what were all the flaws in the design that were actually redone on the current plan?
So the flaws were aesthetic flaws. The applicant, and seeing the project, let me back up. The architect they were using was a fine gentleman, very good architect, but very old school in his design process. Everything was done by pencil and paper. And in working with the new architect, they had a chance to see who recreated that pencil and paper project identically. They were able to see that portrayed in a 3D image as to what it would look like once constructed. They felt that the roof at the rear of the building just did not look right. They thought it was too bulky. In effect, they thought that the windows weren't offset correctly, or were offset and not lined up correctly. There were just a number of things that they wanted to make changes to. And in speaking with their builder and the architect, they thought that adding the dormers would be a much better use of it aesthetically, and allow for more space in the attic as well.
Okay, so it was just aesthetic, so there weren't actually.
When I say flaws, I generally mean aesthetic flaws.
That's all I have right now.
Thank you, Bob. Ed, anything?
No, I don't, they've covered it all.
All right. Scott?
Hi, Kevin. Good evening.
Hi, Mr. Zelinski. How are you tonight?
I'm well, thank you. Could you tell me what the percentage of foundation increase is from the new one from the existing house that was torn down?
The existing house has not been torn down as of yet. They have not begun the construction process. Oh, I take that back. I was, it's gone.
Yeah.
I was just.
It has been.
I stand corrected. Let me see. I can tell you that in about 1 second. So the approved project is 2,200 square feet, and the existing footprint by structure was existing structures 1,984. So there's an increase of 216 square feet. And
So those 216 square feet by the addition of a bigger foundation, will that help encompass this dormer work?
the dormer work is entirely within the approved foundation. There's no change between the approved foundation and what's being sought today.
Okay. And the way this is presented today, do you think it would have passed, this package would have passed in its entirety the way it is today, 16 months ago?
I never say never, but I tend to think it certainly would.
Okay. And the knee wall that you spoke of, is that more of a loft, or how does that?
No, it's just it's a pitched roof. So rather than having the space run down to the corner of the roof and the floor, it'll be a knee wall there.
That's all I have for right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. James, I don't know if you have anything?
I have no questions. My apologies again for being late.
No worries. I wasn't even going to mention it. Mary, do you have anything at all?
I do not.
Thank you, Mary. Attorney Clower, I'm just trying to get my bearings looking over what you've provided us. I'm looking at the rear elevation, and I don't know, this page, it's not enumerated like A1 or B2 or anything like that, but I'm looking at the rear elevation.
Mm-hmm.
With it's obviously the rear of the house with the number of windows and the two windows on the top on top of the dormer. Is that left-hand corner, is that the 3 feet away from the side yard setback?
If you're looking at the rear elevation, it's the right-hand corner. That's 3.7 feet. It's the right-hand side.
Okay.
And if you're looking at the front, it's the left-hand side.
Understood. Thank you for that. And is between what was already approved by this board and the application before us today, is there any change in the ridge height of the structure?
No,
And what is that exactly?
I believe it's 25.
Staying at 25?
Mhm.
All right, that does it for me for now. Any other follow-up questions from the board?
Yeah, so I have a follow-up question. Mr. Clower, do you have a screen you can share that shows the rear elevation as previously approved and the current proposed rear elevation?
I do. Bear with me for a moment here. Okay. So what we're looking at here is the application before you today. This is the changed one. So this here is the approved elevation, rear elevation. So
So I guess, yeah, so I guess my only comment will be, and I'm just going by the photo you just put up, and that's why I wanted to see the last one. I know we're going on aesthetics, and I know that you mentioned that the architect felt that by adding the dormer, it would have a decrease in the look of the bulk of the structure. But by adding a dormer, it actually looks like the bulk has increased from the rear
Bulk-
elevation.
Mr. Dugan, bulk is my word. They didn't like the appearance of, it just seemed there were too many roof lines kind of coming together that it was just a, the words are escaping me, so pardon me here. The roof shingle monotone was appearance from the rear, they thought was unappealing and overwhelming.
So the look of the roof itself, because if you actually look at the roof lines, there's less roof lines without the dormer.
But it was kind of a monotone appearance of the roof line. If you look at their perception of this is what was approved, it was just kind of an unbroken wall of the shingles that between this dormer here, the wall behind it, the roof ridge height behind it. The applicants simply didn't feel they weren't happy with the way it looked.
Okay.
Anything else, Bob?
No, that's it for now.
All right, any other follow-up questions from the board at
Just
this
to
time?
be clear, that there are all the windows being added face the Childs River. They do not face
There-
the butters. Is that correct?
There is one added window that faces the abutter.
And can you point out on that elevation and plan which one
Yeah,
that is?
bear with me again. If we look at the left elevation, it's this window here that's being added.
Uh-huh. So would you object to removing that window to address the concerns of the abutter?
Are you okay with that? Just that, would you bear with me for one moment here? If that's going to be the difference between us receiving approval and not, then I think the applicant would be willing to agree to that.
Okay. You know, there could be another architectural feature to break up that gable. It could be a vent. It could be, something like that.
I'll leave that to people with a better eye than me.
I understand.
Anything else, Ken?
That was it.
All right, anything else from the board at this time?
Not right now.
All right, I have seen a number of public comments roll in, so if everyone can bear with me. Scrolling through on my laptop certainly has its challenges without a mouse, so. First comment was from Kathleen Casey. She says that she submitted a letter in opposition. Do you have it? Ms. Casey, I can say yes, it was submitted and received by the board. and Bob Dugan as the clerk read it into the record in its entirety. I'm not sure at what point you joined the hearing tonight, but it was read. Upon advice of town council, we read everything that we receive into the record. And I've also been told by town council that we need to read everything in through the webinar chat. And I also had a number of private conversations regarding technical aspects of Zoom tonight. So again, if everyone can bear with me. Just filtering through that and public comments. Kathleen Casey, I assumed that the basement with the vanity was considered a finished room. This again from Kathleen Casey. The Valonias live in Lexington. They own 3 other homes and 4 if you count a sailing yacht kept in Newport. The house has been rented all summer for the past few years. Again, from Kathleen Casey, the Board of Health says the attic is to be unfinished. Dormers and windows are not needed in an unfinished attic. I am concerned that a basement and attic with river views are intended to provide expanded sleeping and living quarters. Once again from Kathleen Casey, the Valonias family do not stay here in the winter. They go to the Bahama or travel on their sailing yacht. Kathleen Casey's privacy is greatly impacted. I heard Maria tell the builder to only put in floors, not walls. There are many windows and doors added. There is no house there. The dormer will be used for a living area. I disagree. Again, from Kathleen Casey, that is beside my house at 150. There appears to be a change on the drawings. It is definitely bulk. The attic is for storage. It overlooks my garden, my bathroom, my kitchen, my porch. I do not want the dormer. The Board of Health has said that it is to remain unfinished. And I just lost the Zoom chat. And Kathleen Casey ends with thank you. And Ms. Casey, thank you for your comments tonight. And my apologies to everyone bearing with me trying to scroll through. It does have its challenges. Attorney Clower, I don't know. They seem to be rolling in as we were discussing the project.
I was keeping an eye on them as they came in. I can offer 2 things. I can offer one. I don't think that most of these concerns, well, I think most of these concerns have either been addressed by testimony and plans, and also that many of the expressed concerns I don't think are necessarily relevant to the discussion. And 2, I can tell you that my client's actually quite upset and she feels very attacked by what's happening. But that being said, I think that we've addressed the current concerns that need to be addressed, expressed by Ms. Casey.
Thank you, Attorney Clower. And I usually do mention that public comments should be geared toward zoning issues and the like. That having been said, any other follow-up questions from the board?
I have one more.
Go ahead, Scott.
Attorney Clower, what did you say the added square footage to this would be?
From what was originally there to what has been approved already, it's an increase of 216 square feet.
Plus what you're asking for tonight, what's that calculate?
That's footprint. So that 216 is footprint. lot coverage by structure. I don't know the numbers on the gross floor area. We didn't calculate that since it's well below 20%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney Clower.
Thank you, Scott. Anything else from the board?
I think we've heard enough. I think we could close.
Just one additional question, Attorney Clower. What's the bedroom count, and are there any proposed changes
Bedroom
in
count
terms
is,
of location or number?
no, bedroom count is 3. The previously existing bedroom count was 3. The approved bedroom count is 3, and the proposed bedroom count is 3.
Very good.
I do have one follow-up too. Because it was mentioned that this is used as a rental, have they registered with the town as a summer rental property as required?
Yes, and it has been used as a rental and will not be used as a rental moving forward.
All right. Anything else from the board?
I guess is there an upgrade to the septic? No.
Septic's remaining the same.
Okay. Well, I'm prepared to move that we close.
Good. Does anyone want to second that?
I'll second.
Second it.
All right. Motion to close made by Ken and seconded by Bob. Roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the hearing is closed. What would be the board's pleasure?
We have some discussion.
Sure, I think that's warranted. And
All right,
Bob,
so
if you want to start us off, go ahead.
So I find this problematic, and I'll tell you why. I had concerns originally when there was a full bath in the basement because the original health said that this was a 3-bedroom house and they were going to have to put an area for reserve, but they wanted to make sure it was capped at 3. The property has been used as a rental over the years. We do have testimony they will no longer be doing that, but that's something that someone always has a right to do. You're now going to add a dormer to a walk-up attic space, which in all likelihood, if it was ever used as a rental property, is going to be used as overflow area. And again, you've got a 3-bedroom system. We've seen a lot of cases in town where these situations happen and then those spaces get finished off and they don't come back and then they remain. An unfinished attic area for storage does not need all these dormers and windows. I kind of agree with the comment that the abutter said. This is an aesthetic change according to the applicant. If you look at the back of that building from what we originally approved to what it looks like now with the dormer, that building looks visually much larger with the dormer. You have a house that was originally a single level. It is more than doubling its space with this new construction. And it's very large. You also have the windows only on the back of the house. That's view. You're going to be using that space for view. If you have areas of a house that have windows that look out on a waterway, no one in their right mind is going to just be storing boxes up there because that's where your view is. That's what you'd want to see. You'd want to enjoy it. So I have a lot of concerns with adding this dormer because I am worried what the future use will be without coming back to the board. And if this is something that the board decided they did want to go forward with in approving, I would request that there be a deed restriction as a 3-bedroom home. So something is on file as a deed restriction. At some point, if they go to update a system or a septic, they can always apply to get a deed restriction removed. But I am very concerned that that basement area with a full bath is going to be used for some kind of space at one point. And that second floor with now a full dormer and a full set of bay windows overlooking the water is going to be used as living space. So that's my main concerns with the updated plan.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else?
Well, I would share some of Bob's concerns if I thought that they were building it in such a way that they could sneak in the additional living space. But since there's no heat or plumbing, they're going to need a building permit to make any changes, substantial changes to the attic. And I think they're within their rights if they want to have a 4-bedroom home there and their septic can handle it, to have 4 bedrooms. They've built pretty much on the same footprint as the prior building. They've gone up a little bit, but they're not butting against 35 feet. They're 25 feet. The one thing that where I believe there should be some sensitivity is since they're only 3.7 feet from the sideline, is the abutting neighbors, and they've said they would remove the window that faces that. So that is a concession on their part. So, I don't think it's up to us to rule on the aesthetics of having windows or not having windows. If they want to have windows, it's not a zoning issue.
Scott or Ed?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead, Ed.
go ahead.
Vice-
You look at the whole area up down that street. There's an awful lot of big houses, and this is not as big as some of them. So I'm inclined to let it go the way it is and the drawings.
Thank you, Ed. Scott?
Yeah, I didn't have the benefit of sitting on the last hearing, so I didn't hear any of that testimony. Looking at these plans, it really does change the house. That big dormer adds, it makes it look like there's another whole floor on that house. And, through the attorney's testimony, I was curious about the living space inside. And if you continue to go high, you can go up to the sky and not have to calculate the floor space because all they give you is the foundation square footage. So by adding that, it's my opinion that they added quite a bit more living area. Whether they sleep in it or not, they still added potential living area. But that's just a personal observation. All I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank
So,
you,
Scott, can I just ask Scott a question?
Sure.
That's true. They potentially did, but I don't see why they're not entitled to do it.
Because they presented it, Ken, as storage. If you're going to have a sitting area up there, say that's what you're having.
Well, right now, it is just storage. It's not heated. There's no plumbing.
Then why not say it's storage? Yeah, but you can still go up there in the summer and sit and watch. Why not say that? It's a viewing.
Well, if they want to sit in their attic next to the boxes and look out the window, I don't have a problem with that.
Good. Okay. Just my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. And I do share some of Bob's concerns about how easy it would be to convert the basement and then, what to do about the attic. I'm not so sure about a deed restriction, but I do have concerns about the top floor there. If there were no window, I'd feel better about it. The applicant did make that concession if that's what it took to pass tonight. So that's where I stand with it.
I may, Mr. Chair. I think there's two main things to remember, keep in mind, and then something we can offer. The basement is proposed as unfinished. There is a bathroom there because it's a walkout basement and it's the easiest point for people to come in from the outside and to use the restroom without traipsing through the entire house. So there is a bathroom, but the remainder of the basement is unfinished. The attic is unfinished as well. The attic will be unfinished. And I think that, I think it's hard when the board speculates about an applicant doing the wrong thing when they're here doing the right thing right now. And I think that, there's a lot of things people could do. That doesn't mean they can or they will or they should. And I don't think it's fair to assume that people are out to game the system. I think that the applicant is here and they're offering, they are offering some concessions, and they would be okay with a deed restriction. Limiting it to 3 bedrooms. The only caveat I would ask to that is that it be until such time as either they have a system that can accommodate more, or the property's sewered or something to that effect. We just don't know what might happen moving forward, but they're happy to agree to a deed restriction to 3 bedrooms because that's what their system can accommodate. And I think that if there has to be a there will be a condition in the decision that it be per plan, which is that the attic will be unfinished and the basement will be unfinished.
Thank you, Attorney Clower. And I just want to make it very clear, at least myself, and I'm sure the board members feel this way as well. Myself or the board, I don't think we're accusing your clients of any sort of malfeasance. I just think we get into this situation where the board approves a project and then 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the road, the property changes hands. The new property owners are not aware, whether it's recorded at the registry of deeds or not. I just don't think people may be aware of that sort of thing, and they walk into the building commissioner's office or wherever, and they have some preconceived notions about what they may or may not be able to do, and that situation
I think in this situation,
tends to unfold sometimes.
I think in this situation, any change to the project moving forward will also require modification of the special permit. I think that's true, whether we explicitly condition it or not, because the decision itself states per plan. But I'm willing to state, and the applicant's here with me this evening, and so I can say this with 100% certainty. She's willing to state that the basement is unfinished, but for the bathroom, and the attic is unfinished.
And thank you for that, Attorney. All right, how would the board like to proceed then?
Willing to move to approve.
Mr. Chair, before there's any further action, I would just ask that, given 2 members have kind of expressed that they weren't in favor of this, if we could just have a brief discussion prior to going to a vote.
Haven't we closed this hearing?
My apologies, Scott. Yes, we have. So there's no more further testimony that could be taken, whether it be from the applicant or from members of the public. As for at least what the board's discussed, Bob, how do you feel?
So I would be okay with the deed restriction on 3 bedrooms until the time when there's a system change, and I do think what Ken brought up before about that one window that does look directly at the neighbors, that window be removed from the plan.
Yeah, I agree with those conditions as well. So,
And I do too.
And I agree as well. Scott, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm good with that. I was making personal observations. That's all.
Understood.
And casting no aspersions towards the applicant at all. I don't, through testimony, an applicant feels like they're being attacked, or that's what the statement is, and it's troublesome to me, but it's part of doing our job here, to make observations and look into it. Now, I agree with the rest of the board. So I'm ready to vote this.
All right. Would anyone like to make a motion then?
Yes, so I'll move in favor.
No, second.
I'll second it.
All right, motion in favor by Ken and seconded by Bob. Findings?
So findings are that with the side yard setback, the setbacks remain the same. The footprint, foundation footprint remains the same. The height of the structure, as I understand it, remains the same. Is that correct? As the
That's correct.
and the attic area, the proposed attic area is unheated and there's no plumbing and no interior partitions. I think those are the most relevant findings. Bob, if you have any other thoughts on
Well, so
findings.
just 240-3C and 240-216. I think we should also put in the findings that the applicant did in testimony said that the property would no longer be used by them as a rental property. And that the applicant was willing to a 3-bedroom deed restriction until a time when a septic system could be installed or town sewer that would cover more than 3 bedrooms.
Okay, and then as conditions, I think we're asking for removal of the window proposed on the side of the structure that faces, that's closest to the neighbor abutting where there's a 3.7 foot setback.
And then revisions of the plan submitted to show the removal of the window.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
the-
and the imposition of the deed restriction as Bob described it.
Have we had assessor walkthroughs in our conditions previously? That would
That could be done, Scott.
in line with this application?
Yeah, it wasn't in the previous one, but it's good to actually put that on all the applications now because then we know what the starting point is on this new construction when it goes up. So we should add that, prior to their occupancy, that they will allow the assessors department to go through the property to update the descriptions on their assessing cards.
I mean, I suppose we could ask for an as-built, especially since they're so close on the one side.
I think that's smart because you do only have that 3.5 feet.
And that's a good call, Ken. Just to add on to the findings, did we include that the applicant was amenable to removal of the window?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And
I
then
hope
the
we did,
language,
if Noreen caught it.
and then leaving the basement unfinished, but for the bath and the attic
Okay,
would
that's,
remain
that's,
unfinished.
that's an addition, yeah.
All right.
And then we did condition that the upstairs is unfinished with no heat,
Right. And no plumbing.
no plumbing.
All right. Any other findings or conditions? Seeing none, that was a motion to approve with conditions. It was made by Ken and seconded by Bob. We'll do a roll call vote again. Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott,
Gotzlansky, aye.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion to approve with conditions passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you. All right.
So,
Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
No, I just want to see if we're ready to go forward, if the people are here for the Wings Pond LLC.
Was just going to ask about that. I think Mr. Marioni was going to join us via telephone, and I'm not sure about the others. Maybe they're on the attendees list.
There should be a Brian Yurgation.
I do not still see the peer engineer, so I don't know if you want to go ahead. We do have a report that he submitted.
Noreen, would it be possible for you to try to call the peer engineer? Because I think we really need their comments on this.
Sure. I think I just have an office number though, so I'm not sure if that's going to be successful, but I can give it a try.
All right. It's appreciated, Noreen. Thank you. All right. And if Mr. Marioni is with us, we can get him elevated and we can take up application 36-20, Wings Pond LLC, 63 North Falmouth Highway. And once again, the voting members on this application are myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. If there's any members of the public out there wishing to provide comment, questions, or concerns, please use your full name and password your full name and address. It's the virtual world that we're living in right now. Use the webinar chat using your full name and address with whatever question, comment, concern you might have, and we will address it shortly. Mr. Marioni,
I'm here. Can you hear me?
we can hear you. We have you.
Thank you. Sorry for my technical difficulties.
No worries.
Do we get Mr. Garion on the phone?
We're trying to get a hold of him. I don't know if you wanted to provide us with any other information outside of those technical aspects that we're waiting for the peer review.
Sure.
I'm sorry, Mr. Maroney. I should mention just for members of the public that we did have our site visit at the property. So that's where things stand. Go ahead, Mr. Marioni.
Okay, we're just going to add that we've been working with the Conservation Commission on amending our ORAD, and we've agreed to a revised elevation on the isolated land subject to flooding, which is going to lead us to be filing for a waiver from the Falmouth Wetlands bylaw regulations. The hearing was supposed to be yesterday, last night, and they just agreed to the elevation limit. We had to redo the plans. I delivered them to the Conservation Commission this afternoon. The meeting got extended to next week. So we kind of needed that before we actually file our waiver request. In addition, I have taken the first step in filing for the demolition permit for the building that was previously demolished without a permit. And we did receive, I think the copy of the letter from the peer review consultant is the most current one. And we are working on revising our drawings to incorporate many of those comments. So if we can't reach Mr. Ugarian, it might not be a bad idea to just continue, because we still have to get that waiver request in and revise the drawings, finish revising the drawings as a result of the waiver request and Mr. Ugarian's comments.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marioni. We'll just check in with Noreen to see if she's had any luck.
So I had no luck reaching anyone at the office number.
So Noreen, regarding this application, have we gotten any updates from the Concom? Because
No.
this is the first I've heard about anything else with Concom.
Yes, I don't have anything further from conservation at this point.
All right.
Mr. Marioni, do you have the 21E report yet to submit?
I don't have the printed report yet. It's just been his time. We'll get the copy in between now and the next time we meet. I'll be sure he gets it printed.
So has the report actually been written up and you just need to physically print it, or he actually hasn't even?
No, he has not actually written the report. He has given us his conclusions in the report. He just hasn't had time to write it. I think he stated that on the sidewalk.
All right, so I know when I asked that on the sidewalk, they said they had the permit, but it hadn't been released yet. So it's my understanding when you do these 21E inspections, you actually write the report up as you're doing the inspection versus making notes.
I don't know about that, but he's the guy he's the environmental inspector that did the test pits and is writing the report.
Is he available at the meeting this evening?
No.
Well, Mr. Marioni seems to be requesting that there's not much we can cover tonight. So I wonder if we should just continue.
Heard Mr. Ugarian's comments, but
I think we're probably going to have to continue because we're going to need more information than we have. But as far as board discussion goes, I've been troubled the way this process has gone to date, from when this started and when this got to the point we are here tonight. You know, I expected to have the 21E report. You know, we have some of these meetings and then found out there was another filing that we don't know about. We've had some information that we've gotten, you know, during the hearings, and then we go to the site visits and that information is negated, or we're getting different answers to the same questions. I don't want to have to keep coming to these meetings and have issues where we're researching stuff and we just don't have any of the information that we can base anything on. I do think tonight that our peer engineer should have made arrangements, or if he couldn't, he should have let us know if he wasn't available. But this is a very large, you know, unique project where we're dealing with vernal pools and filling of land, questions on what the land was previously used for. We've got, you know, hazard and environmental questions, and, you know, whether this is something that was meant to be done or not, this just keeps extending out our hearings without being able to get any specific questions. We have on our docket coming up more 40Bs. And I know that, you know, the administrator has sent a letter to the manager's office, and we've had concerns that we need more help in these projects and that we need, you know, board representation and counsel in many of these cases because of the complications. And I think at this point, I know it's up to the board, I would like to request that we get counsel representation for the board. I think we need an outside attorney for the board at this point going forward with these meetings. I think we need to hold people to the information that we expect. And if they don't have the answers, fine, but we need to have exact dates. When are we getting the answers? What is the situation on different aspects of the property? And we are just not getting them. When we're doing a 40B project and an applicant knows that you're going to have questions probably at every meeting from the environmentalist, the engineer, those are the people that need to be here. Those are the people that we need to hear from, and those people we need to talk to. So I would ask that the board support a request that we get outside counsel representation for this 40B project at this point. And I suggest that we do that in all the 40B projects in the future. There just isn't enough time. You've got the town engineering department that has been spending so much time on these projects. They no longer have it in their schedules anymore. So we're now doing the peer review, which has helped out when we get these written reports out. But I think we need additional help for the board itself and to make sure that the process of these applications is going on correctly. I know you're trying to get a disposal permit now, which is fine, and go forward for what was removed. But to appear at a site visit and to know that there were structures there before and being told that we didn't know what happened to them, they disappeared, to then being told that we took them down and we will take the fine versus having to do anything else, that's just not a response that puts any confidence with me in any of these projects. So I would ask that the board support that we have the administrator, I guess she talks to the town manager's office first and through town council, that we need representation, that the information we've been getting up to this point is very mixed. We're just not getting what we need. And we need more professional help on these projects than we have available for all the time that's here. And the administrator, who does an exemplary job with all the other information that's coming into this office, just cannot keep up with the information and the info that we need. We have to get outside help. So again, I would like to make a motion that we ask the administrator to go forward and to get outside council representation for the board on this 40B. And later tonight in the open board session, I'd like to have a discussion there too, that we do this on all 40B projects going forward.
Thank you, Bob. And before you actually make that motion, I just want to ask Noreen, if the board were to retain counsel for this project, would that be through the 53G account with the 40Bs, or would this be coming from a general budget somewhere within town hall?
Right, so legal support for the board would not be assumed by the applicant. That's an excluded cost.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Go ahead, Scott.
Wouldn't it be more appropriate to continue this and then take this up in open meeting, please?
I agree.
Well,
Thank you,
the
Ken.
issue,
Very good idea.
the issue that Bob raised, I mean, continue the application for another date, but then the
Right.
issues that Bob raised.
Absolutely. So it's not being singled out. I think that this is something we should discuss in open meeting.
And I agree, Scott. All right, so we're looking at a continuation for this application.
The date we would next schedule for would be November.
I'm sorry, at least on my connection there, Noreen, you dipped out a little bit.
So,
there.
sorry, November 19th.
Right, I'm happy to move that we continue this, let's see, what is this? This is
3620.
20 to November 19th.
Second,
Before we vote this, do we need to give the applicant a list of things we're going to be looking for at this upcoming meeting? So we don't do this again?
I suppose we should.
Or at least a rudimentary list, so he's not looking for us to tell him what he needs.
Right, so
That
based on the
meeting, Right?
based on the representations that Mr. Maroni made tonight, we'd be looking for the 24E, any correspondence from Concom. What else?
Demo permit,
Demo permit?
something.
and as far as the demo permit, so we did get copies of some receipts. Those receipts were completely non-descriptive, did not even list who the actual contractor was or any of that information. So I'm happy you submitted the receipts. We need something more complete and more descriptive than just something was removed. You have to list who it was, where it went to. These are state laws. When you remove stuff from the site, you got to say where it went to, and that information has to be included in what's being, given to us in the future.
Well, that gives the applicant almost a month to chase down those items, right?
More
We
than a
have,
month.
All right.
And also, just
hopefully-
as a side note, for the 19th, you want to have your team here. You want to have your engineer, you want to have your environmentalist, and anyone else that can physically answer the questions. They're the ones that have the licenses to do it. They're the ones we want the responses from. So please make sure on the 19th that those parties are available.
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Marioni. And if that takes care of our expectations for the next meeting, Ken,
You
you're
just
making a
second.
motion?
Yeah. So move that we continue to the 19th with the expectation that we'll get that documentation as described. And if someone wants.
Second. Second.
So a motion to continue this hearing to 11:19. That was made by Ken, seconded by Bob. Roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye?
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, I.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So this hearing continued to 11:19. Mr. Marioni, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
All right. Up
Mr. Chairman,
next-
could we just take a quick break? Because I know we're starting the 40B next and there's a lot of stuff to be read in here. Could we just take even a 3 or 4 minute break?
Sure, we'll take a 5-minute break. How's that?
Thank you.
All right.
So application number 50-20, being all persons deemed affected by the Board of Appeals under Section 11 of Chapter 40A of the Mass General Laws, you're hereby notified that Village at Brick Hill LLC of Milton, Mass. has applied to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a comprehensive permit pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40B, to raise the existing buildings and construct 32 single-family dwellings. 8 units will be affordable. The subject property is 511 Brick Hill Road, West Falmouth, Mass. For referrals, we'll start with Falmouth Conservation Commission. This referral is based on preliminary development plan prepared for 511 Brick Hill Road for Village at Brick Hill LLC by Falmouth Engineering, Inc., dated 6/19/2020. The applicant proposes to raise the existing buildings and construct 32 single-family dwellings. 8 units will be affordable. 1, the limit of work, LOW. An LOW must be depicted on the plan as staked straw bales with silt fence, the lower lip buried 3 to 5 inches to delineate the extent of the disturbance and prevent disturbance to abutting town-owned land under the care and control of the Conservation Commission. Conservation Department recommends requiring an on-site walkthrough with the conservation staff and the contractor to delineate the limit of work. The root systems of town-owned trees must be protected in order to maintain the integrity of the trees. Town-owned land under the care and control of the Conservation Commission must be maintained in its natural state and should not be considered open space as a component of the project. Trees on town-owned land under the care and control of the Conservation Commission cannot be pruned or otherwise altered in any way without the express written consent of the Falmouth Conservation Commission. From Carla Ferroni. These are her comments for affordable housing. 1, it would be more beneficial if the project were located on a bus route to attain access to services, although it is well located to the proximity of the proposed YMCA. 2, the 2-bedroom size is preferable compared to the original 3-bedroom. However, the project does not respond to the priority need for 1-bedroom units for seniors and singles as called out in the HPP. 3, all units should be visitable and at least 1 unit accessible. 4, rental housing remains the greatest need for affordable units. Board of Health. The septic system plan appears to meet Title V at this time. A disposal works permit will still need to be issued for the proposed septic systems by the Health Department. At that time, a more detailed review will occur. This is from the Planning Department. At their regularly scheduled meeting of January 28, 2020, the Planning Board discussed 511 Brick Hill Road, Village at Brick Hill, project eligibility letter request. The Planning Board meeting follows the Select Board's meeting on January 27, and were not able to provide comments prior to the Selectmen's vote to forward their comment letter. The Planning Board is concerned that the location of the development within a water resource protection district and in proximity to Long Pond surface water supply could be impacted by the development. Long Pond provides 50 to 60% of Falmouth's annual water supply. Attached map of the area noting the proximity of the proposed development to the water supply. While the Housing Production Plan, the HPP, notes that Brick Hill Road may be a preferred location for affordable housing, it is the Planning Board's opinion, based on the approved local comprehensive plan, that those locations on Brick Hill Road would be east of Gifford Street and not within the water resource district along Long Pond. The Planning Board will seek to amend the HPP by clarifying the areas of Brick Hill Road that are appropriate for additional infill development. The town of Falmouth recognizes both in their local comprehensive plan the need for appropriate infill development. Under community goal and public policies, Falmouth will meet the housing needs of the entire community. Policy number 1, Falmouth will allow for greater infill residential density where appropriate. That was voted at the April 2015 town meeting. And the need to protect the most critical resource water supply, which was approved at the 2013 town meeting. The elements of the plan attached this note. Falmouth is facing a serious nitrification problem in both fresh and coastal water bodies. The freshwater ponds are impacted by the addition of phosphorus, while the coastal ponds are impacted by nitrogen, both of which are found in the wastewater flowing from homes and businesses. The overloading of nutrients results in very poor water quality, algae blooms, and fish kills. Spanning the limited municipal sewer is a hugely expensive proposal and should first be planned for higher density areas of town where the cost can be shared by the greatest number of users possible. Primarily those areas south and west of Route 28. However, those areas of town not likely to be sewered within the next 20 to 50 years must also take steps to ensure that as little nitrogen and phosphorus as possible is added to the groundwater by utilizing advanced or alternative plumbing and septic systems. A comprehensive and holistic approach to efficiently and effectively addressing the critical wastewater needs in Falmouth is essential, relying on a reasonable balance of both municipal scale sewers and alternative techniques where appropriate. The town of Falmouth has an extensive municipal water system providing potable water directly to the vast majority of the properties in town. Falmouth's water is sourced from both a series of groundwater wells and Long Pond, which is an open surface supply. Falmouth also cooperates with other Upper Cape towns and the Massachusetts Military Reservation to meet the peak summertime water needs on a regional basis. Falmouth is well positioned to provide plenty of water to its citizens, but must be careful to protect the quality of both the groundwater and surface water used for drinking water. Policy number 1, Falmouth shall develop and protect all current and future drinking water sources by purchasing and reserving sufficient land for those purposes, voted April 2013 town meeting. Falmouth recently completed one of the implementation action items in the LCP when in October 2017, the new Long Pond Water Filtration Facility, WFF, was placed into service. The 46.5 million facility treats 8.4 million gallons per day and has been honored with multiple awards, including the 2018 Engineering Excellence Silver Award for Outstanding Professional Design Excellence. The board does not feel as though this is an appropriate location without tying into the sewer system and installing an innovative alternative septic system that is capable of treating phosphorus and nitrogen to acceptable levels identified by the Cape Cod to protect the main water supply for the town of Falmouth. That's been signed Tom Bott, town planner for the Falmouth Planning Board. And he also attached all the additional items that went along with that letter. From engineering, and I'm going to list these quickly. These are just the following items that were reviewed. 1, they reviewed the Town of Falmouth Zoning Board of Appeals application for comprehensive permit dated 8/19/2020. 2, document, which is the LLC filing for Villages at Brick Hill LLC, ID 00141146 and dated November 15th, 2019. 3, the quitclaim deed, Barnstable County Registry of Deeds, Book 32731, page 149, recorded 3/3/2020. 4, the document for the Village at Brick Hill Development Team members. 5, the letter to Mr. Michael Salamando from Kevin M. McGowan, Vice President, Abington Bank, regarding affordable housing project, 511 Brick Hill Road, Falmouth, Massachusetts, dated November 14th, 2019. 6, the letter to Michael Salamando, manager, Villages at Brick Hill LLC, from Colin McNeese, general counsel, Mass Housing, regarding the Villages at Brick Hill project eligibility site approval. Mass Housing ID number 1063, dated April 30th, 2020. 7, the letter to Michael Busby, Mass Housing, from Julian M. Suso, town manager, Falmouth, regarding the project eligibility, 511 Brick Hill Road, East Falmouth, Villages of Brick Hill, dated January 2020. And that was the town comments. 8, letter to Michael Salamando, from Mary C. Tynell, Keller Williams, regarding 511 Brick Hill Road, Falmouth, Mass, and dated November 6, 2019. 9, comments to the Zoning Board of Appeals from Stephen Rafferty, Water Department Superintendent, dated September 4th, 2020. 10, plan set, 511 Brick Hill Road, 17 sheets, the architectural plan set, marked progress print and dated 5/10/19 by Rockwood Design, Inc. 11, the plan set prepared for Villages of Brick Hill LLC, 12 sheets by Falmouth Engineering, dated June 19, 2020, with no revision date. 12, the plan feasibility study plan, 1 sheet by Christopher Costa and Associates, Inc., which had an illegible date. Due to the complexity of this project, we recommend that it be referred for review by an outside consultant. We recommend the following concerns be reviewed in depth. 1, sewage. 2 shared subsurface sewage disposal systems are proposed for this project. We defer to the Board of Health if the design and permitting of these systems should be peer reviewed. How will the maintenance and operation of the system be managed? And applicability of any restrictions under Article 15 Water Resource Protection Districts. Water. The Water Division has recommended connecting to the town's water system with a 12-inch water main in Brick Hill Road, either the 12-inch main at Service Road or the 8-inch main in front of 485 Brick Hill Road. Connection to the water main to the south of the site would require a street opening permit from the DPW Engineering Division. Connection to the water main to the north of the site near Service Road may require a permit from Mass DOT, depending on the actual location of the water main. Parking and access. With the non-conforming access proposed, this will be considered a driveway. The highway superintendent has determined that trash and recycling pickup will be the responsibility of the owners. Snow removal will not be provided by the town. Access to the site is from Brick Hill Road, which is a public way in this area. A driveway or street opening permit will be required. We request that any approval include a condition that a permit is obtained prior to issuance of a building permit. Will there be a sign for the development? Depending on the location, a license from the select board could be required. Standard parking space size is 9 feet wide and 18 feet long. Some of the driveways are less than 18 feet from the proposed right-of-way and would not provide the required length for parking without sticking out into the right-of-way. Location of parking spaces provided should be labeled on all plans. And there's an example shown, illustrated. Conformance to the town standards for roadway layout with geometry should be reviewed, and if required, additional variances be granted on the roadway, be required to meet town standards. Grading and drainage. No stormwater management report was provided. We recommend drainage maps and calculations be provided showing conformance with 240-112 stormwater management. It appears that the proposed grading would result in the creation of a low point straddling the property line with the abutter to the north on units 26 and 27. And there's an illustration provided. Separation between stormwater leaching areas and proposed houses and subsurface sewage disposal areas should be labeled on the plan and reviewed. The proposed stormwater management plan system for the site should be reviewed for any requirements under Article 15 Water Resources Protection Districts. 2 of the proposed stormwater leaching areas are located within an open space lot, and 2 are located within proposed parcels. Will easements be provided for these areas with appropriate restrictions to protect the drainage structures? And there's an illustration provided. General. The parcel is located within the town's Water Resource Protection District. Conformance with applicable requirements under Article 15 Water Resource Protection District should be reviewed. The parcel is located within the town's Wildlife Migration Area 1. Conformance with applicable requirements under Article 20 Wildlife Corridor should be reviewed. The address for the parcel is 511 Brick Hill Road. The address for each unit will be building number. See example below. Posting requirements, including locations, will be determined prior to building permit sign-off by the engineering division. For an example, they give 511 Brick Hill Road, building number 5, West Falmouth, Mass. 02540. No landscape plan was provided. We request that an outside consultant is hired as clerk of the works for all inspections, testing, materials, approval, reports, and reviews required pre, post, and during construction. Any pre-construction meeting should include the clerk of the works. We request that a condition be included in any approval that a pre-construction meeting be held prior to the start of any work. Sheets 1. Is this plan the preliminary subdivision plan required by the ZBA Comprehensive Permit Procedural Rule 3.01E? Does this plan provide the information required? The center line stationing is shown for the access way, but no center line geometry is shown. Have the affordable units locations been chosen? They should be shown on the plan. Extension of the existing sidewalk that terminates in front of 485 Brick Hill Road was recommended at a previous meeting about the project. We recommend that the sidewalk be extended at least across the entire frontage of this lot, and preferably to a point opposite the trail leading into the town forest in front of 513 Brick Hill Road. This route is used by the high school track team, and connection of the sidewalk to this destination would provide safety value. There's a depiction. The existing driveway opening will be required to be abandoned as part of the street opening permit or driveway permit. Will there be an easement for the bus stop, which is located within the proposed parcel for unit number 32? Will this be a shelter? Is there enough room at this location for parents to wait in their vehicles with their child for pickup or drop off in inclement weather? And there's a depiction. Sheet 2-3. No sidewalk is shown within the site. No street light is shown at the intersection with Brick Hill Road. These plans have dimensions to property lines and therefore should be endorsed by a licensed surveyor. Monuments at all corners are not shown. Coordinate geometry is not shown for the lot lines and access layout lines. Details on the proposed of the access easement should be provided. Sheet 4-5. Details for the various retaining walls shown on the plans should be provided. Some of these walls straddle property lines. Who will be responsible for maintenance of the shared walls and how will it be enforced? A storm drain pipe appears to run across the lot for unit number 4. An easement should be provided. 2 leaching pits are located beneath the driveways for unit number 9. These 2 covers should be brought to grade with risers and frame and covers. Sheet 6-7. An easement should be provided for the future connection to the YMCA. As the Water Division comment state, the water main should be laid in front of every parcel. Hydrant locations may change with this revision, and there's an example shown. Some of the sewer lines and sewer mains cross over the lots to adjacent residences. Will easements be provided? And there's an example shown. Sheet 8. The request that any approval include a condition that hold the project to the requirements found in the attached soil erosion and sediment control standards, and that the installed components are inspected and approved prior to the start of any construction. We will require silt sacks or similar to protect the catch basin south of the entrance. Depiction shown. 2 stockpile areas are designated on top of the proposed subsurface sewage disposal areas. A concrete washout area is not shown on the plan. No construction sediment control measures are shown on the plan. Will this project be constructed in phases? An erosion and sediment control measure must account for potential changes due to phasing. The structures on 513 Brick Hill Road should be shown on the plan. Sheet 9. No centerline geometry for the roadway is shown. Sheet 10. No centerline geometry for the roadway is shown. The typical cross-section detail does not match the town typical section. The typical paved surface detail does not match the town typical section. We recommend that leaching pits be installed on a gravel-based pad. Sheet 11, all access holes for the septic tanks and pump changes should be brought to finished grade as shown on sheet 12. They are within paved areas. Existing condition plan. The file name is 511 Brick Hill Road, Villages at Old Main LLC. Conditions PDF. This looks like a development plan for three subdivision lots. What is this plan supposed to be? The plan is not legible. A clean copy should be provided, and what the plan is should be clarified. In town comments, the application should be reviewed to determine if the comments made by the town manager were satisfactorily addressed. We are available to review any of the above with the peer review engineer should one be chosen to review this project. And that's signed Scott Schluter, PE, Staff Engineer, DPW Engineering Division, Town of Falmouth. There is an attachment for the soil erosion and sediment control standards of conditions. This is from Steve Rafferty, Water Department Superintendent, dated September 4, 2020. This comment memo has two components to it. First is a comment that the project should not proceed at the density proposed and the technical reasons for that position. The second is a series of comments on the proposed water main layout should the Zoning Board of Appeals determine to allow the project to proceed at the proposed density. The project at the proposed density should not proceed for the following reasons. The density is not in conformance with the town's watershed protection district zoning overlay. The overlay was created after a detailed study of geological and hydrological conditions and defines the zone of contributions for each of the town's water supply locations. The overlays were created to protect the quality of the drinking water sources within the town from impacts of overdevelopment. This proposed project lies within the zone of contribution of Long Pond as defined in the Watershed Protection District overlay for Long Pond. Long Pond is the town's major source of drinking water, providing approximately 50% of the water supply during the winter months and approximately 80% of the supply during the summer months. Long Pond is a pure kettle hole. It has no contributory stream into it, nor a stream that drains out of it. Long Pond is entirely fed by groundwater from the zone of contribution. The state regulates land usage for surface waters based on a scientific model that assumes that the surface water has a stream into it and a stream out of it. The state regulations for surface waters regulate the watershed. Since this pond is entirely under the influence of groundwater and not the watershed to a contributing stream, the town did the analysis and created the protective overlay. The project's density will create a point loading of nitrogen, phosphorus, cleaning project, and pharmaceuticals, along with other household wastes that are washed into the project's septic systems. The waste will flow via the groundwater directly to the Long Pond, causing an incremental decay to the overall water quality of the pond. The wisdom of the citizens that worked to create the Watershed Protection District was an understanding that managing density in the zones of contribution would optimize water quality in Long Pond and would minimize the need for treatment. That is why there were and are multiple parcels with a low density within the Long Pond watershed. For all the above stated reasons, as the department with the most direct responsibility to preserve the town's existing water resources, the Water Department opposes the development of this parcel at the density proposed and without any advanced treatment for, as a minimum, nitrogen and phosphorus at the on-site wastewater disposal facilities. And then these are the comments on the proposed water system should the project proceed. The location does not have a water pipe adjacent to it, and the proponent will need to provide a water main extension to the site. The town's past distribution system study identified that the proper size pipe on Brick Hill Road would be 12-inch diameter pipe from West Falmouth Highway to Gifford Street extension. Currently, there is a 12-inch pipe from West Falmouth Highway under Route 28 into the service road. The proponent has the option to install a 12-inch pipe to their proposed location, either from the service road or from Gifford Street extension, and the plans must show that scope of work. Confer with the town's engineering and highway department for their restoration and paving requirements associated with water main installations on Brick Hill Road. At the intersection of the development of Brick Hill Road, provide a 3-valve cluster and a hydrant on Brick Hill portion of the department. There is a proposed development of the adjacent parcel to the east of this site. The water department standards require looping of mains where feasible. A water easement to the adjacent parcel with a stub main to the property line is required. Coordinate that with the developer on alignment. A note needs to be added to the plans that all work shall be in accordance with the Town of Falmouth Water Department standards for materials and installation. The water department standards require a water main in front of every parcel that will be served. Present plan shows a single main with a series of lengthy service connections to the various parcels. Revise the plans to provide a water main to each parcel. Hydrant spacing shall be a maximum of 500 feet. A hydrant is needed at the terminus of any dead-end main for ease of flushing. Revise the hydrant layout based on the choice of location for extending water service to this location. A utility easement over the roadway layout shall be provided in a form acceptable to the town to allow the town to access curb stops for each unit as necessary. The developer shall pay the fee in effect at the time the easement is prepared for town council review and processing of the easement. It is unclear if the roadway layout will become an accepted town road. The water main within the development will be a private main and hydrants to be maintained by the abutters until such a time as the road is accepted as a town road. Each unit shall have its own meter located within the structure. If the developer installs the water service and curb stop to the property line, then they will only need to apply for a water service and pay the meter fee in effect at the time of application. If the services are not installed by the developer, the application of water service will include the fee for service installation to the property line and the meter fee in effect at the time of the application. From the assessors department, the assessors request that lot numbers be approved by the board prior to any recording. From Falmouth Fire Rescue Department, regarding 511 Brick Hill Road, appeal number 50-20. Upon review of the water/septic plans for the project, the fire department would like to have a hydrant at the corner of the street in Brick Hill Road. The existing hydrant is across the street, approximately 500 feet to the east, and there are not any hydrants to the west until the area of Service Road. Another hydrant can be added to the system, or the planned hydrant locations can be adjusted. Let me know if you have any questions, and that's Lieutenant Craig O'Malley, Fire Prevention Officer. There were some comments and questions from the Affordable Housing Committee about the 40B project. They did supply these comments and questions to applicant's counsel, and he has sent in a response. Question number 1, what are the anticipated costs, which is a best guess at this time, of the 2-bedroom market rate homes, the 2-bedroom affordable homes, the 3-bedroom market rate homes? The answer that was submitted is the 2-bedroom affordable would be $198,000. The 2-bedroom market would be $495,000. The 3-bedroom affordable would be $226,000, and the 3-bedroom market would be $548,000. Number 2, what is the specific location of the affordable homes? They should, of course, be interspersed among the more numerous market rate homes, but where exactly will they be? Answer, yes, you are right. Under the guidelines of Mass Housing and in my deliberation and review with Michael Busby, number 32, 2D, number 25, 2C, number 0H, number 15, 2F, number 12-D, number 8-B, number 4-F, and number 5-F. We have an affordable of each of the 7 units placed as equally as possible throughout the entire site. 3, we assume there will be no difference architecturally between the affordable and the market rate homes. For example, a 2-bedroom market rate and a 2-bedroom affordable will be identical. The response is yes, absolutely. Number 4, which and how many of the homes overall will be accessible? Which and how many will be visitable? And which of the affordable homes will be accessible and visitable? Response, good question. The direct answer is 2, one of the affordable and 1 market. We can customize any of the single-story ranches to accommodate different challenges that people face. If there is a call for more, we are happy to do it if the market calls for it. On the affordable side, the single-story homes are number 4, number 5, number 8, number 12, and number 20. And then the last was question 5. It says your plans call for 8 of the 32 homes to be affordable, which is 25%, which is the minimum number of affordable homes allowed in a 40B project. Given the great need for affordable housing in Falmouth and the great value of market rate units in town, could the developer sell a 9th or even 10th house to be affordable and increase the cost of the 22-23 market rate homes accordingly to end up at the same 7.27% profit margin? Spreading the cost difference of 1 or 2 homes across 22-23 others would not result in a big increase for the market rate homes. Also, perhaps the 1 to 2 extra affordable units could be aimed at folks who are at 100% of AMI rather than 80% of AMI, as with the other 8 homes. If so, then perhaps the developer could charge a bit more for the 1 to 2 extra affordable homes than for the 8 affordable homes aimed at 80% AMI. 2 final thoughts about this suggestion to help Falmouth by increasing the number of affordable homes. It may be easier to identify qualified buyers at 100% AMI and include such buyers would diversify further the economic levels of families in the project. It appears that whole thing is a question and that one may not have been answered. And then the final, there was a letter submitted by Ed Kirk today. It says regarding Villages of Brick Hill LLC, Appeal 50-20. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this letter is submitted on behalf of Celia, age 80, and Patrick Donnellan, age 84, who reside at 513 Brick Hill Road and are the only private abutters to the above referenced property. I apologize for the fact that this letter is being submitted on the day of your first hearing. Due to my very recent acquaintance with the project, I have not had an opportunity to review the history of the parcel or to study at length the material which has been submitted in support of the application. But based on a quick review of that material and without going into great detail at this time, I would like to offer the following introductory comments on behalf of the Donnellans so that you will be aware of some of their preliminary concerns as you begin your review and consideration of the project. 1, the plans do not show the location of the Donnellan house and driveway, nor do they show the existing landscaping conditions along the common boundary line between the Donnellan property and the site. 2, the proposal would result in the construction of 10 single-family residences, which is 23 through 32, in close proximity to the common boundary line between the Donnellan property and the project site. 3, the site plans indicate that the project would require clear cutting right up to the common boundary line between the project site and the Donnellan property. 4, there is no landscape plan showing what, if any, planting, screening, buffering, or fences, if any, are proposed for the installation along the common boundary line. 5, the plans do not show what, if any, excavating, grading, or filling would take place in the vicinity of the common boundary line. 6, under the project as proposed, the area adjacent to the common boundary line with the Donnellan property will be greatly disturbed and far more congested than necessary. 7, a reasonable reduction in the number of units and the use of attached duplex and triplex units would greatly reduce the density of the project and allow for more open space within the site. There are also several significant municipal planning issues which have been raised by the referring agency of the town, which will require the board's careful consideration. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration of these introductory comments at this time. And that's very truly yours, Edward Kirk, who is representing the Donnellan, sorry. And I think that's it for now.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Take a breather after that. So the voting members on this are the regular voting members, myself, Ken Foreman, Bob Dugan, Ed Van Kuren, and Scott Zelinski. And once again, if anyone out there, a member of the public who has a question, comment, or concern regarding this project can type it into the webinar chat using the Zoom app. We ask that you please state your full name and address for the record, and we will address it if anything comes in when the time comes. And for the applicant tonight, I believe we have Attorney Paul Glenn. You're on mute, Attorney Glenn.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
We have you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So for the record, my name is Paul Glenn from Glenn Law Offices. I'm here tonight representing the applicant, the Village at Old Main, and Mike Salamando is the principal of that, and he is here also. Mike Boselli is the engineer, and none of us are here, but we're kind of here. He's here on behalf of the applicant too. So you get quite an introduction to parts of the project before we get to propose it, but here's the basics of it, and we'll answer the questions that the board has, and whatever questions you have based on those comments from everybody else. But basically, here we are. We're on the north side of Brick Hill Road, a little bit west of the high school and west of where the YMCA is being proposed there. It's about 6 3/4 acres of property, and we're proposing 32 units. So we're here, you get jurisdiction. I think I have to say it for the record. You get jurisdiction to be the board that gets to decide this case based on Chapter 40B. And we've gone through the process in order to be qualified to have standing before you. We've submitted the letter from Mass Housing that shows that they've done their review and they're the subsidizing agency. The LLC that is the applicant is a limited dividend organization that has agreed to accept the profit margin based on the guidelines of Mass Housing. Mass Housing is the subsidizing agency here, and we're coming in under a program called Housing Starts. So this is home ownership, and we're proposing 32 units, and 8 of them are affordable, 25% as required by that particular program. Now, I just point out for this program, the home ownership and everybody who will apply for one of these will get a bank loan. They're working and they have to qualify. They have to have good credit. They will go through a bank to get their loan. And so the project, it's 32 homes, 20 of them are 2-bedroom, 12 of them are 3-bedrooms. And we understand, we've already agreed that, and not only agreed to because it's required, but the applicant has submitted his check and has hired the peer review, the engineer that will be looking at this there. And we haven't been able to talk to that person yet. We're hoping to get the name. We know the company, I guess it's Boston Consulting Group, but we don't know the name, and we'll get the name tomorrow maybe. and we'll contact that person. So it's a complicated project. Anytime you have 32 lots, it's a complicated project, and there are a lot of things that need to be done. We've reviewed and just getting into responding already to the comments, we've reviewed those comments from both the water department and the town engineer. And I think instead of answering them tonight, we would like to wait for peer review, because the peer review might say something different than the town, and we can respond better if we're just responding to something consistent. Mike Borselli is here, and he can talk more about some of the details of it, but there are so many details there. I'm not sure if he'll be able to answer them. I think Mike, I'll let Mike speak for himself. Mike Borselli, there are two Mikes. Mike Salamando is the builder. Now, Mike is a experienced builder. He's been through this. Your predecessors approved a project that he did up in North Falmouth, 8 units along the bike path there. And that seemed to have worked out very well. And he's here if you have particular questions about the building, whether handicapped accessible, how big, or anything like that. Mike is here to answer those questions tonight. I think that before we go to your questions, Mike Borselli is there somewhere who would make a presentation, and then maybe Mike Salamando would just be there for your questions after Mike makes his presentation there. So I would ask that this project be approved, but I think we need some time to answer a lot of questions and get you more details there. And so I'll end with that and hand it over to Mike Borselli.
Thank you, Paul. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, Mike Borselli, Falmouth Engineering. I represent the applicant. I reviewed the town engineer review of the project, and everything in the report is addressable. A lot of it has been addressed. It's almost as though he didn't have all of the plans, because some of the comments he made are already on the plan, so I can't understand why. So if it's appropriate, I would like to engage him to just get clarification on some of his comments. For instance, he says that our road standard cross-section is not to town standards when it's the same road section that I've used for 30 years in this town. So he didn't say how it wasn't in conformance. So that's an example of some things that I can work out with him. He made reference to the property lines not having bearings and distances on them. He clearly didn't have a copy of the definitive subdivision plan, which was part of the application package. This is actually a subdivision. While the lots don't meet minimum lot sizes, they are individual lots. It has a road right of way. So I will have to get with him on that. And, as Paul mentioned, there's a lot of items that may also overlap with the peer review engineer who I want to meet with. If it's appropriate, I'm going to reach out to whoever that individual is and try to set up a Zoom conference with him so I can go through the project with him. I would like to try to address what I'm going to characterize as, I think, mainly at least 80% of the town engineer's comments are bookkeeping issues that I can clarify easily. So some of the other questions that were raised from the water superintendent, who I understand has since retired. So we made a lot of comments that it's unclear now how we respond to them if he's retired. How do we respond? But he made some comments, and I didn't see science backing those comments up. So I'd like to see the science on that, on some of the things, because he made great reference to Long Pond and its close proximity, but the reality is that the septic systems for this project are a half a mile from the water surface of Long Pond. And there are recent developments, even sponsored by the Housing Authority on Gifford Street, that is significantly closer. The so-called workforce housing is much closer than this project. So we need some clarification on some of that stuff. I think you've seen the plans, the layout. I'm happy to share a screen if you want, Mr. Chairman, and or just take questions. But rest assured, we're going to work through all the details that have been addressed by the town engineer and hopefully by the peer review engineer as I learn what questions and concerns he may have. I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barcelli. We'll turn it to board questions. And once again, if anyone out there has a question, comment, or a concern regarding the project, please use your full name and address using the webinar chat, and we will get to it shortly. Ken, do you want to start us off?
Do I have to? Well, I have a fundamental question, which is in terms of documentation. For most of these 40Bs we see, we get a notebook that has, everything in it from the pro forma to, the plans to specific, including things like landscape plan and so forth. Which we realize, at this point are preliminary plans, but nonetheless gives us a good idea. We don't have that yet. Are we going to get that?
Is that question addressed to me? Can I
I don't
answer?
care who answers it.
Well, the pro forma is part of the application to the ZBA. We did include that, and it's really quite a package. I brought over a wheelbarrow full of material that took
Right.
2 trips. But
I mean,
there are
this
some.
is usually what we get, a notebook like this. I don't have that. Is that something that I don't have it because I haven't gone to pick it up, or why?
So I didn't know you expected that type of. We did provide all that paper. I suppose we could have put it in a notebook for you. So I'm sorry if we didn't do it that way, but all the paper was provided. We still have to provide some
Well,
engineering.
unless that doesn't do me any good if you provided it and I don't have it.
I thought I dropped off 9 copies of everything, so you all had it. So I don't know what happens after I drop it off.
Right. Well, we're not able to just walk over to town hall and get stuff like we used to.
Yeah.
At least last time I checked.
The pro forma, all the material, and I think.
It's not just the pro forma. I'm referring to everything.
Well, so I think the clerk, Mr. Dugan there, listed all the things he was.
He did. There's lots of that stuff
Yeah.
electronically, and I was looking at much of it as he was talking, but.
So the engineer's report, we don't have a landscape plan yet, so we're willing to do that. And I probably should have mentioned in response in my open remark that we'll talk to the abutter. I mean, Mr. Donlin, I'm sure Mike, our applicant, has already talked to him. And he didn't get any negative feedback when they did talk. But we'll talk to him again and we'll provide landscaping.
Oh, I'm not, yeah, I mean, I think that's a standard part of any package like this. We would like to see it regardless of whether the abutter does. The one thing that occurred to me, and I was looking at the documents we have available online here, and I was looking for the list of waivers that you're requesting, and the only waivers I see, the only waiver document I see is specific waivers for the subdivision regulations. I don't see any waivers for zoning. So is there a waiver list?
Well, part of the application, I think there are 4 pages. Subdivision regulations is the 4th page. And 1 through 1, 2, 3 are 2 pages, and I did each lot individually. I didn't lump them all together for the setback, the size of the lot, the setback from sideline, front yards, and also the lot coverage ratio. I did a separate one for each lot. And that's part of the application.
Well, again, that's pretty critical information for me to evaluate this.
Well, I can talk to Noreen tomorrow. Maybe I can put, but
I
that's.
see her raising her hand, so why don't we?
Noreen, go ahead.
Yeah,
So the package information was delivered a week ago. So I don't know if you missed it. The
No,
material.
I have lots of paper, but I don't have,
So there's not specifically a binder, but
right, I mean, I have plans, I have, see? There. I don't know, you can't see, because of the virtual background. But I don't have I've got some multiple versions of site plan showing layout of the lots. And I have some elevations and, floor plans. But I don't have all this other stuff that we usually get.
well,
I don't think-
we can certainly make another copy and get that out to you, but there should have been a package delivered to everybody with all the information.
So I think what Ken's trying to say, we did get packets with individual sheets with all our other stuffs, and I've saved different PDFs or whatever on my laptop so I can read them on and off. Maybe you could show Paul an example of one of the binders we're used to getting. And the reason is when we look at these projects and we have a very limited area to even lay out plans. With these smaller binders, they're very organized. They're easier for us to reference to. They're easy for us to do on questions, and we can just go to the tabs. You might just not have been aware of it, but if that would be possible, it actually is a big help for when the board's reviewing the projects.
so I'm happy to do that. I'm looking at my cover letter. There are 15 things. And I reduced it. I probably could put it all in binders. I'm sure Staples has some program where they let you do that. We could do that. There, but I think I did submit, it's a lot of detail. And the response was even more detailed that we have to answer at some point. I understand that.
I mean, again, I'm looking through the materials sent. I don't find a complete waiver list. I just don't.
There are 4 pages. I'll submit it all again.
Don't submit it all again.
Okay.
So if you can find the applicant page, there is an applicant page that lists the relief from the zoning board. It actually lists 6 waivers. I did have a question to that. I think the waiver asked for a number 5 is wrong. It's asking for a lot coverage requirement. It says for the AG AA district for structures, parking and paving is 20%, when it's actually 40%. And I think you also need to put in, you're also looking for the waiver of the 20%. I didn't check the other waivers that are there, and I don't know if there's any additional to that you might need. But I know that that's on the waiver list. It only shows that you're asking currently for 6 waivers.
Yeah, so I see required lot coverage 40 on sheet 3. Let me go to sheet 1. Oh, sheet 3A. Yeah, so A is 1. Where I have I'm asking it's an 80,000 square foot lot area. And for the 32 lots, I've requested waivers for that. And I see required lot coverage, structures, parking and paving is 40% is what I have down in 3A. And
Okay, so maybe I'm looking at different spots. So I'm looking at the application itself, and on the application, it lists 6. And the 5th one says section 240-69, lot coverage requirement for the AGAA district for structures, parking and paving is 20%. So is there a different page? Because I didn't see another page
so
that had different
I
waivers.
said a table of requirements and specific data of the 32 lots with respect to these waivers request is attached. And
So on items, so after the waivers you ask for, it says the applicant requires waivers for all of the 6 items above for all 32 lots.
Right.
Yet the chart that you listed, it seems like some of those lots don't need certain waivers.
Don't need.
No, like on the,
Some of them don't need lot coverage waivers, but
yeah,
I
so
did,
that's what I'm wondering.
I did list the lot coverage for everyone because some of them do. You know, I just thought I'd be all inclusive there. But I listed all 32 lots with the lot coverage ratio. Mike and I spent a lot of time figuring that out. And so I think over in the front page, I should have put 40% there, but where I do all 32 lots, I do have the 40%. And I have all 32 lots listed.
Now, I did a site visit as late as today, and I did try to walk far into the property, and there's no labeling and there's no staking. So is it possible to get some kind of staking, some kind of corners, maybe with the roadway? I noticed there were 3 dig sites in the back. Were those perk test sites?
I think Mike could be better to answer that one.
Yeah, so early on, when we were in the pre-application phase, we asked a number of times what you'd like staked, because this is a heavily wooded site. Except for the clearing we did for the test holes. We did a series of perk tests to design the septic and the drainage. So, I mean, we're talking about from front to back, or depth of lot of over 1,000 feet through the woodland, and it's a lot of stakes. And so that we were asked for some specific guidance on what to stake, and we didn't receive any from staff. So
So maybe to staff, maybe we can request some certain areas of staking of what we can actually walk to. I did only find one stake on the site, and I didn't know what it means. It's the stake, and it was labeled 5, and then a plus sign, and then it said 00.
Yeah, that's station 500 of the roadway.
Okay, so that's what that
5
was.
plus
So
00 is a specific center line edge of center line station of the roadway. So it
Okay.
was 500 feet in from Brick Hill Road.
and my other question is, since you were doing the perk test, so I noticed there's a lot of buried tires and items throughout the site. Do you expect a lot of removal? I mean, I probably counted, I don't know, 25, 30 tires coming out of the ground. There's a lot of metal refuse. It looks like they're actually, as the ground erodes away, stuff is appearing. It doesn't look like they were just scattered. And it seems to be further back into the lot, which I kind of found was unusual versus in the front of the lot. Do you expect to, I don't know what the lot was used for. Do you expect to have to remove a lot of that kind of material from the site?
I'm not going to answer that question because I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
Okay, so I walked the site today, and I don't know how far away back I did. I followed I went all the way to the last perk test because I got far enough back. And as I walked through the site, as the grade goes up and down, there's a lot of specifically looks like buried automotive. There's a lot of tires coming out of the ground. There's some kind of old rusted receptacles. I assume the one that's in front of the garage was an empty oil tank that was just left there to just rust out. But there seemed to be a lot of materials once you got back 1/2 to 3/4 away into the lot that appeared to be buried, and they seemed to be automotive or mechanical. So I don't know what the site was used for. I just didn't know. You can see them when you walk out. I mean, visually, you can see them.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I respond to that one there?
Go ahead, Attorney Glenn.
We have to remove those things. There's just no question. I wasn't aware that they were out there, but there's no question. Everything you mentioned there has to be removed. And if there's an implication that there's automotive things there, the lender, part of getting your standing here is we have a letter from a bank that will lend money on this will require some type of hazardous waste study. You don't get any money to start a construction project. So we probably should start thinking about that immediately, how to get rid of it. So that it's a yes to your question, we have to get rid of it.
That environmental that you suggested, Attorney Glenn, would that be a 21E?
Yeah. Yeah, I think what the lenders do is they go take a casual view of it, much like Bob did. And they go look to see if there's any reason to do a more extensive one. And then if they do a more extensive one, they start digging holes to see if there are any problems there with it. But we have to get rid of those things. You can't sell lots with tires there, and you can't build homes with tires. We just have to get rid of them. That's not a question there. And we're going to have to do a 21E to get a bank loan.
Bob, anything else?
I guess my only other question would be, and it has to do with, I guess, Attorney Kirk's letter, and I know you don't have any kind of a landscape plan now, but has there been any thought to any kind of buffering on that sideline that's with the one abutter?
Well, we'll have a specific one by the next meeting. So that we were a little surprised to get that today, because I know I talked to Mike Salamano. They're really the only neighbor that there is. The next door neighbor is the church and would be the YMCA. And then there's town conservation land around that. So they're the only neighbors, and Michael has talked to them. Mike Salamando has talked to them. We'll talk to them again, and we have to treat them right, and there are going to be homes here, but they're not going to have the same place that they had before. They probably realize that. They've known about this, but we can do some things to make it easier for them. But
Regarding the housing group's comments, were there any thoughts given to making some of the units duplexes or triplexes to get more of an open space feel on the site?
Well, those are the things probably most thoughts have gone into with that. Whether they be, there's the housing, and the housing coordinator also had some thoughts on it there. And people have different opinions about this, right? I mean, there are a lot of groups in town that say what we need is family housing. We need single family housing. The town did a study that hired somebody, and I'm sure they're all brilliant, but they studied the town for the last whole generation. We've been losing families, and now probably we've become a more elderly community. Now the need probably, you could say it's for more elderly, but you could say, no, we need 3 bedrooms. We need 3 bedrooms for families, because we've been losing them. This is near a school. So a lot of thought went into that, just as far as what works socially. Economically, Mike Salamando, if you want to, he really spent, I understand that the town rentals, really people need rentals. A lot of people understand that. I've talked to a lot of people, a lot of developers, and every one of them that looks at it says, you can't make a profit. I've even talked to a head of a nonprofit. He said, you can give us the land for free. You can give us $60,000 from the town to subsidize a rental, and we still can't build them cheap enough, less expensive enough to be able to support the cost with the rent. So that's just a reality. He couldn't, Mike spent 6 months hiring engineers, doing studies and everything else. He spent a lot of money and time seeing if he could make rentals work, but he can't. And the triplexes, that's just a marketing thing. I don't know whether we want single families in their own homes. Some people think that's great. Other people would rather have a 4-family and a little bigger backyard. I don't know, but more thought went into those 2 questions, maybe than any other thought. And now we have to, with peer review, get more into the details of the engineering.
Mr. Salamando, you were indicating a point or two ago that you probably wanted to weigh in on something, but if you wanted to pick up that point or anything else since, go right ahead. And you are muted right now, so you'll have to unmute yourself. Yep, still muted.
Okay. Hi, for the members of the board, my name is Mike Salamando. I just wanted to chime in a little bit. Just to give you a little bit background, we've been working on this for a couple of years with, when I first came in with Tom Bott in the town planner, and we came. This is our fourth progress type of application that we've put in or that I designed for. And we first started out with a number of these homes, but on an upscale model. But they were more expensive, more in the line of something like that we did at the village at Old Main. And Tom was saying, well, we really, and trying to work with the town, we wanted to do something more affordable. He actually wanted me to do rental. And we went into, and I did a couple of towers. We designed towers, mid-rise to get as much rental housing as we could, no matter, as Paul had mentioned to you folks. And we just couldn't make the numbers work, no matter how hard with the for yearly participation in renting. It just can't make it work down there. So so then I went to this other new model with smaller homes and something we're trying to make as affordable as I could. And hopefully with a lot of these are 1 story and with 2 bedrooms. And then but because of the mass housing's requirement, you have to have a number of 3 bedrooms. So we meet all those qualifications for the 3 bedrooms and 2 stories. And we have actually one that is that's a 3 bedroom in a ranch type home. So we look to do something different, and yes, we could make duplexes. We could change all this after we did all that. But then I really think that it's that having your own lot, the pride of ownership of your own lot makes a big difference in no matter whose house it is, or rather than in a condo type of atmosphere. I just think, it's unique in that there's small lots, at least around here. It happens a lot in Florida, but I tried to do something different that I thought the town could use, and that was the way we came at this, and how we approached it. I couldn't give the town exactly what they wanted, the rental housing, but I thought that this was the next best thing. And yes, I know about those ties. I didn't want to do. I mean, the whole house has to come down. We're going to have to do some. We didn't see some of that stuff till we did the clearing for the test pits, and we're going to get most of the stuff is that the latest, that tank that you're talking about by the garage. I don't know where that came from. There are some other pieces of an old truck here and there, that we've seen as you go through the site, and all those things will be picked up and taken care of, and we will have to do tests. But those are, in any site you do.
I was only bringing up the idea of the triplexes and duplexes because it seems like a very nice wooded lot area out there, and I was just thinking of a way to save some of the actual open space.
I know.
For the
I know,
project.
and I agree with you. I do agree with you, but I was just trying to do something, a little bit different that we could, that I thought the town could use, because there's a lot of that type of housing, in town. I don't know. I was just trying to look at something a little bit unique that we could, that's versatile too. That you could have seniors, or you could have a young couple just starting out. And especially with some of the F units, which we have. I mean, I don't know if you guys had a chance to take a look at some of these, some of the units, but one of the things that they were looking for were smaller one bedroom unit type homes. But these are the F, which we have the most of them. That F, we have 9 F units. They're a real small home. I mean, we can make something. I'm trying to make something really affordable. I mean, just something different rather than trying for the 700. I mean, I hope I get what I get. We're going to get. That's what we're forecasting. I mean, I don't know with the way material is right now. It's crazy. And you can ask any of the builders; they'll tell you you don't know what you even pay for a 2x4 today. It's crazy.
So was it an error on the application that said that the only heating source on these units is electric heat?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
So on the application itself, when it asks for heating source, the only thing checked off says electric, so that there won't be electric?
No, it won't be electric heat. I'm sorry. I don't know whether I don't remember checking that off, but sure, Scott.
Scott, go ahead.
How you doing? Mr. Salamando, you did the application?
Excuse me?
I said you did the application? Who filled out the
I
application?
filled out some parts of it, yes.
Okay, who filled out the rest of it?
Well, I filled out a lot of it, Scott.
Okay, so maybe I'll direct my questions to you, Attorney Glenn. Do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do.
Okay, could you go to page 4?
Yeah. I'm at it.
Okay. Recognizing this is AGAA property, right?
Yeah.
If you come down to, does a portion of the site lie within water resource? Some of those are checked off, yes or no, but some of them aren't. Is there a reason for that? It looks incomplete to me.
Yeah. They're not.
And then if you continue down some more, there's a question. Of course, has an assessment been done, a 21E, and it says no. Does the project cross any meet the thresholds? And it's not answered yes or no. If yes, by not answering that yes or no, takes the next one out of play. Then it says, does the site qualify for prime agricultural land under Executive Order 193? And it says no. Do you have any supporting documents to say why it's no?
I don't have any supporting document.
Okay, so how did you come up with that answer?
I'm not sure. I probably talked with Mike. Maybe I didn't.
Okay, so, and then, so that page is, in my opinion, totally incomplete. If you'll go over to page 7B.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at the numbers here, some of them have been left off. The last two, there's to be no construction manager on this job, right?
That's Mike Salamando.
I'll be.
Right, so he won't draw a check off of that.
He won't draw is the construction manager?
I guess my question is this the complete totals of the costs? Is this what you're representing?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we're both in agreement that the application, and I'm kind of the guy that puts the horse before the carriage. So I've dug into this application, and there are quite a few spots, Attorney Glenn, where it looks incomplete to me. Would you agree with me?
Well, I don't know what happened on page 4 there. I mean, I know we checked them and then something happened. So I'd ask you to let me check them and submit them to complete it.
You'd be in agreement with me that that's pretty important going forward.
Yeah.
At the beginning, right?
We talked about every one of these too. We talked, Mike Baselli was there, we talked about them. I think I had them checked and then they just, what we submitted didn't,
It was
Did it
submitted
have-
on the 19th. 8/19, this application was submitted, Attorney Glenn.
Right.
That was filled out and says it was the date it was submitted.
that's right.
So having a conversation this morning with Mr. Borselli would have done nothing for the answers on page 4.
No, we did talk about it and I know the answers, but I didn't check them off. You're
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now, Mr. Chairman. I'll reserve for later.
Thank you, Scott.
Yes, sir.
Ed, anything?
What is the time frame for doing the work? Once this is all approved, and from the time you start the construction,
Well,
how long do you think it'll take?
Well, approval takes a while but construction, I think, Mike, we talked about that recently, 2 or 3 years takes to build 32 homes in most circumstances. You just don't know and the future's a little shaky, but we'll see. So far, so good. But this will be
There's
going
one
on.
up around the corner. There's one development up around the corner that was just completed and it took them 12 years to get 36 units built.
Yeah. Well, we hope he does it a lot quicker than that.
I hope so.
Well, that's all I have at this point.
Thank you, Ed. So to go off of Ed's questions, is it proposed that it's going to be a phased development, or are you just going to build them as the buyers come in?
I was hoping we'd start off and we were going to start off with 8 units at first. And that way, we'd start at the beginning and come right in. We'd get up to the first cul-de-sac without clearing in and get in the septic system here, because that's up to that point. But then with the roadway, and then start to do the fill in and then go into phase, sort of like the phase 2 part once we get those completed. So I'd like to probably do it that way. Go up to, bring the road up to the septic system, okay, in the water up to the first one, and then finish that phase, but we do it in sets of 4. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. But the roadway would go in, and then would follow up with the homes coming behind it. We'd do them I'd like to try and do them in sets of 4. Hopefully, if we have good brokers and, people working and if we give a good product. I mean, that's the whole thing. Then we got to see what our not to get political, but how the political climate is, because that's going to tell a lot.
Right. All right. You did reference the septic. Was there any consideration to putting in an IE system or anything like that, given the concerns of the water department? That might be best for Mr. Baselli.
At this point, no. In fact, a couple comments that were made reference to Long Pond, and in previous applications, and we'll provide similar information. Reference was made to a DEP protection map for Long Pond, and we're within a zone where there are no Title V restrictions because we're over 2,000 feet from Long Pond. And I'm going to provide you with that map. It was provided on a nearby similar project on Locust Field Road, and we're the same distance away. We are not in a coastal pond overlay district, surprisingly. So for that reason, we wouldn't be considering a denitrifying septic system. I'd also point out that you folks reviewed another project under 40B on North Falmouth Highway, and you peer reviewed the cost of denitrifying septic systems, and your own peer review expert indicated that they render projects not profitable because of the expense in installation and maintenance. So that is something that you should take into account, because it was a conclusion made on a similar project on North Falmouth Highway. And the fact pattern is the same, I think, on this project. So as of right now, we haven't considered doing a IA system.
All right, and with regard to, I guess I can say the cul-de-sacs, on one plan, it looked as if it was entirely paved over, so you could drive right through it. But on another plan, it looks more of a roundabout situation with maybe something in the middle. So which one is proposed?
Well, I don't know what plan you're referring to, but both of these cul-de-sacs, the interior is completely unpaved and will be a lawn area and probably be like outdoor recreational areas for the neighborhood. So they're larger cul-de-sacs, and the inner circle is entirely proposed to be lawn area, grass, fields, basically. I can show you that if you'd like on a shared screen.
If you want to cue that up, go right ahead, Mr. Baselli.
Okay. Just for a quick overview.
Sure. And my apologies, I had reviewed the maps, but I didn't set them aside to reference which one I thought was which, so go right ahead.
Are you seeing an overall map now, hopefully?
We are. Mhm.
Yes.
So if I can zoom in, you can see here's Brick Hill, here's the roadway. So board member Dugan, you saw a 5+00, which meant you were standing right here where this says 5+00. You were about halfway through the site. So this first cul-de-sac where it says Lot A, which I'm trying to circle with my mouse. I don't know if you can see that. This is proposed to be a field. And the pavement is 22 feet wide, and it loops around that field with driveways. If you look a little further into the site, there's another cul-de-sac with the similar situation. The pavement itself is 22 feet wide, like your standard subdivision road. And within it, this entire inner circle, which is about 120 feet in diameter, is an open field. So in fact, this is where both of the septic systems are located. So is that helpful?
It is. Thank you, Mr. Baselli.
Sure.
Just a couple more follow-up questions. With the road layout, is that suitable for first responders, fire trucks, ambulances, things like that?
Well, yes, I was concerned about a couple comments because I was confused as to why they were made by the town engineer. The roadway, right-of-way is 40 feet wide, which is your standard subdivision road way width is 44 feet. We narrowed it 4 feet only. Within the 40 feet is a standard 22-foot wide paved surface, which is the standard for all subdivisions. So this is a road that could be accepted by the town. It meets all of the standards for emergency access for turning radiuses and things like that.
All right. I'm just thinking about questions about, daily living in there. Trash collection, is that going to be per house, or is it going to be one location on site?
I would probably defer to Mike Salamano on that, but I can tell you, I'm sure it's not going to be dumpsters. It's going to probably be residential trash barrels, like many of us have, a recycle barrel and a regular barrel, and you bring it out to the end of your driveway. In fact, I was surprised by the comments of the town engineer as to why the highway superintendent said trash pickup would not be part of this, when this road is like any other road. If we were applying for a by right subdivision, doesn't seem consistent to not allow trash pickup here. I was dumbfounded by that comment. Same with snow removal. we met with the town engineer and they pushed us to design a roadway that met subdivision standards, and we did. And I was led to believe that that was so we could have these services. Now we're getting a report that says we're not getting these services. So I need clarification on that one because it doesn't make sense. These people deserve the same rights as anyone else in town that lives in a subdivision.
Is it possible that engineering in those departments might have been looking at an earlier version of the
I
plans?
don't know. I do not know, and I'd like to speak to them. And as of this moment, I haven't had an opportunity, but they were a little disheartening, some of the comments, to be honest.
Sure.
Because we met with them.
We met with
So-
them 2 or 3
We
times.
met with them 2 or 3 times. We met with
Like a
people.
completely different report than when we met with them. So we were a little confused.
All right, so that'll have to be sorted out.
Hopefully, yeah, we're gonna do our best.
How about mail delivery? Would it be per household or would it be one of those shared units, maybe toward Brick Hill?
I would defer to Mike on that. I would assume it would be mailboxes, but I don't know.
I haven't talked, to be honest with you, I have not talked to, I've done it both ways, where everybody gets a mail delivered to the mailbox in front of their house, or we put up a kiosk.
I do
It's-
have some experience. Sorry to interrupt. In my own my own neighborhood, which is a subdivision, I think that it's up to the postmaster. And I think the new thing, Mr. Chairman, is the common bank of mailboxes
Sure.
with keys. And so it's centrally located, or in this case, there may be 2. But it's up to I think the postmaster.
I believe that's correct.
Understood.
Yes, it is.
I just wasn't sure if you had that conversation yet.
No.
All right. I think that does it for my questions. Anything from any other board members?
Yeah, I could come back if I could, because I've located the waiver list I was looking for. So I just want to be sure, because this is sort of the crux of these 40Bs, is what is it you're asking us to concede so that you can achieve the density apparently necessary to make this economic, right? So I just want to confirm with you that you're asking for relief from 24067A lot area, which in the AGAA would be 80,000 square feet. And right now, if I read your plan correctly, the largest lot is 9,700, and you have a number of lots that are under 5,000 square. Is that correct
That's-
assessment?
That's correct. Yeah, I have the size of all 32 of them there. And
Yeah, they're on the plan. I see that. You don't happen to know what the average is?
no, we can get you the average.
Well, I can do that.
Mike can't quite do that on top of his head right tonight, I don't think.
No.
We can,
And similarly, 24067A minimum width. So this is another dimensional one. For the district, it should be 200 feet. And I gather many of these are much smaller. Minimum frontage should be 150 feet. You're asking for relief from that. Front yard setback, 25 feet. Lot coverage by structures, paving, and parking should be no more than 20%.
40%.
Well, that's what it says under 24069, according to the plan you filed, the
Number-
application. I
number
think in a
5.
water
has-
resource, it's less, right? Maybe that's why.
If I could interrupt for just a moment, the time is 9:30 and in the board's rules, we end our business at 9:30. So if we could entertain a motion to continue our business tonight, not just this hearing, but everything else that we have left on our open meeting items.
So moved.
To what time, Ken?
Oh, let's 10:30.
All right.
Second.
Motion to continue to 10:30. The motion was made by Ken, seconded by Scott. Roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Ed? No. Ed?
Yeah.
That's all right. Bob, we'll go back to Ed.
Hello,
Aye.
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Thank you, Ed. Bob?
Robert Dugan,
All
aye.
broken up.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So we're continuing our business till 10:30. Sorry,
Okay,
just
so-
something we had to get done.
So, and then we have front yard setback, lot coverage. Again, the requirement, according to this in the AGA, is 20%, according to what you've written here. And then the side and rear yard setbacks, you want relief from that. But it appears in addition that you're asking for relief from some of the subdivision requirements. Length of dead end road, obviously here. Street lights, sidewalks, and tree plantings. And so I was curious, especially about why you would not want to plant trees, have sidewalks, and have appropriate lighting.
Well, why don't we take it, you want me to take them one at a time there? And Mike can.
Yep, you could take them one at a time.
All right, so, and they might answer better. So the dead end street is the dead end street. They're going to have individual lights for each house. And that can be part of if the board so requires, that can be part of the covenants that you keep your lights on. It's not.
So we don't have anywhere on the plans a lighting plan.
Correct.
Correct. And I
But that
think
would be
this-
nice to see.
the subdivision regulation, I think they don't require them at every house. They require them at like each of the two at the beginning and at the end. But we're going to have it all private light there. Each house would have that. That's a proposal. Sidewalks are expensive. It's something they're expensive, difficult to build.
Well, you have plenty of layout.
Yeah.
And how long is this road?
This road, Mike just told you it's six, Mike, how long is the
So,
road?
to the more remote cul-de-sac, it's 1,250.
1,250 feet.
Linear feet, yeah.
So with 32 units and, you could have significant traffic on that road. I think if you want to provide reasonable amenities for the people who live there, especially if there's going to be children, you want to have sidewalks.
Well, we're anticipating children there. So can we talk about that? And we can talk about that over the next couple of weeks and see what we can do.
Yeah, I mean, they don't need to be on both sides of the road. But.
Yeah.
Okay, and then tree plantings, what's going on with that?
Well, it'd be individual landscaping. Can I go back to the sidewalks and just your last comment there? So they don't need to be both sides of the road, but would it being on one side of the road for one part and another side of the road for another part, is that objectionable?
Well, I think we need to see what you come up with as a reasonable plan. I mean.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it's not just your subdivision, it's many subdivisions within Falmouth. They neglected to put in adequate pedestrian access. And the argument always was, well, it's a nice rural community. Well, it's a suburban community and we really need.
Yep.
And then tree plantings, I'm just not sure.
Well, tree planting, it's very specific. We're not going to be doing that, but there'll be landscaping and we have to come back with a landscaping plan. I think there's no question about that. And we'll focus on the neighbor next door, the only neighbor.
And did you envision, so during construction, do you envision sort of lot to lot clearing and then landscaping, or are you going to try to preserve some of the natural vegetation?
I think Mr. Salamando has to answer that for us there, how he's actually planning on doing that.
Yeah, Ken, I think, I know you know a little bit about construction, so you, on a site like this, you've got to clear most of it. And then you've got to come, because the houses are that close together. And then we're going to revegetate it and do landscaping. Each one of these, if we had, I could give you a landscape plan if each one was a different, but we've got 7 different models, and I can do a landscape plan for each one of the different models, but the lots are a little bit different too. Most of the site, including my neighbor's site, and just to step back, just to let the board know, I sat with those folks and I went in. We had coffee. We sat down. We were there. I was there for a good hour and a half, and we were talking about people and getting to know each other. And I said, anything you'd like me to do, I'd be happy to do. And before I put the final plan together with Mike Borselli, and I sat with them, and I had no idea. I mean, their lot is completely wooded. I mean, they've got a beautiful lot, by the way. And as a matter of fact, some of it even some of their lot actually comes into the existing driveway that the folks that previously owned the house used. But it's all, that whole area is, if you haven't been there, it's very heavily treed. I don't see how, and there's only two of those 10 homes, I believe, are 2-story homes. Actually, one's a cape, all right, which is, it's just 2 stories. It's a story and a half, and then there's a 2F up as the first house coming in, which is actually a legitimate 2-story home. The rest are all single floor homes, and they're. I doubt they're going to see them because the trees, it's so forested in that area and all along there, along their borderline. But we'll work it out. I just don't see.
So the answer is you expect to clear most of the lot.
Got to clear. Yeah, you're not going. You'd be kidding yourself if you thought you could save the trees.
I mean, I appreciate.
You're going to kill the roots. You kill the roots.
I appreciate the honest answer. Yep, you're right about that. So I'm a little confused. There's a bus pull-off proposed. Is that part of the plan?
I can speak to that. Well, there's a bus there's a bus stop area. And basically, all we're providing is a little gathering place that would have a roofed over area for the school bus, for the kids to wait in the event it rains.
Is that on your property or is it in the Brick Hill Road layout?
It's on our property.
Want to let me put it in the road layout, but we can put it, we have the room in our property.
Right. I just, if I read the plan correctly, and I stepped away from the pavement, it's about 50 feet to the first house. From the pavement.
From the
about
Brick
half
Hill
that
Road?
is.
From Brick Hill Road pavement?
Right. Because it's about 25 feet from the lot line, according to your plan, and about 25, and seemed like about an equal distance of layout.
Yeah, you're right. I just scaled it.
So is there room? I mean, there were 2 things I thought about that. One is that house, a couple of houses close to Brick Hill. Brick Hill is a pretty busy road. That's not going to be a pleasant spot to be. It'd be nice if there was some buffer. Number one. Number two, I didn't see how there was really room for a real pull off, and also having that house. And a third thing I noticed is, and I presume you'll take care of this, but the sight distance, there's a lot of vegetation along the roadway there. It is not easy to pull out cars come quite, and trucks quite speedily along Brick Hill there. So again, that was just an observation about, something to do with making that safe, which might mean putting also, especially at night, a little, not just a private light, not just a little pole light next to someone's house, at least at the entrance to the road, and maybe in a couple of other spots along the way. I don't know.
I'm taking notes on that.
I don't know what everyone else thinks, but I think, there was one other thing I noticed, which I thought was kind of odd. So you have 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom units. I couldn't recall if you've got any 1-bedroom unit.
No.
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 The 3-bedroom unit had a 1-car garage, and the 2-bedroom unit seemed to have a 2-car garage, and I was perplexed by that.
That's the way the design was.
I know, but I mean, if you have an extra bedroom, aren't you likely to, especially if you happen to have a teenager or two in there, to have more than 1 car?
No, yes, but we were going to, you could be, they could use that other bedroom as an office. There's the viability. It's just the way the design came in. And, in making it work. And we could, preferably, and what I hope we could do, if I had to, I could switch these, these can be taken, because we have enough room in the septic systems, all right, that we can interchange some of these buildings if the market calls for more of a 3 bedrooms with a 2-car garage. It depends on what the market's going to dictate what we're going to try to do.
Well, it just struck me as you're going to have a 1-car garage, you're more likely to put that for bedrooms.
No, I agree with you. I agree.
Anyway, those were my immediate thoughts.
Thank you, Ken. There was public comment. Mary Tynell mentioned cluster boxes. That was the term that Mike Barcelli and I were failing to come up with to describe the mailboxes at the front of the development. So thank you, Ms. Tynell, for that. Scott, you were indicating something?
I'm just thinking it might be appropriate with Mr. Borselli has some things to clarify with engineering. Mr. Glenn, Attorney Glenn has some cleanup to do on the application. Don't you think, I make a motion that we continue this so they can get some of that up and in front of us so we can go on. I don't think it would be wise to continue this without that information up front and Mr. Borselli's clarification with engineering, don't you?
Sure. So just so we have a running list here of things to expect for the next meeting, it was reviewing and revising the application for the items that you pointed out, Scott. We're interested in a landscaping plan, a lighting plan, and that the applicant would consider some sort of sidewalks. Am I missing anything? Feel free to chime in.
Yeah, I think they should show more clearly how the bus pull-off is going to work.
I'd like to see the neighbor's footprint shown on the plan. And I know they didn't know about staking, but maybe we can talk to the administrator because I would like to see some kind of staking out there of what reference points we need.
What kind of staking would we be interested in?
Well, I think we have to get an idea like the other one. If we walk in there, proximity of the road, maybe just some reference points on some corners. It's a large lot. It gets a little confusing as you go back.
What do you mean by corners?
Bob, if we got him to just do a center line down every 150 feet so you could walk.
Even that would help.
Reference the plan as we walk down it, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
I mean, there's too many big trees to start clearing. If he gives us a center line, I think we could probably, at brush mow that center line, we could walk down and reference our plan as we went in.
That's
fine. It would be nice if they could mow it. Yeah.
Just brush mow the center line.
We We brush mowed some. I haven't been out there for several months. Is it still evidence of?
Yeah,
brush
so
mow?
it,
Yeah.
so it grew
Some.
back about 2 feet.
Oh, really?
2 to 3 feet. So, yeah.
Because we brush mowed so we could do the perk tests. I mean, so we kind of brush mowed part of the center line to get us into the site to do the test holes. So
Yeah, so I followed the old tracks wherever the excavation equipment went, but even that's all briars now. It just all grew in.
yeah,
Is the lot delineated? Are there,
well,
you know,
wow.
No,
There's
Ken,
bounds
it's pretty
there,
hard to
but I mean, I challenge you to find them, to be
Yeah.
honest. We found them after hours of work, but,
Yeah, so maybe delineating that then,
The
and do
words
we,
out of my mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth.
well, if you set up to stake what you think you need, but I challenge you to fall, I don't want to predict, but I would say that you were likely not to walk through the woods to go find the property line.
it is very heavily wooded.
It's very
and,
thick. So I don't, it's costly to, if you think it's thick to walk through, think about how it is to survey for it. And I'm not trying to avoid doing it, but I just want to be realistic and not put man hours into staking things and then I understand about the center line, but the property lines, I'm not sure.
I'm not hung up on the property lines at all.
the center line's fine. At least that gives us a reference when we walk out there, because it just gets too confusing as you get back. So center line's fine.
Understood.
and how much, the other thing maybe that isn't real clear from the plans, I don't know, is how much cutting and filling you're gonna do?
Well, there's a road profile, page.
Yeah. But is that the only place you're gonna?
Well, there's a grading plans, pages 4 and 5, and then there's a road profile on page 9 and 10. And we did our best to follow the grades, but there are some cuts and fills. And it's illustrated quite clearly on the road profile plans, the depth of cuts and fills.
If you could also submit maybe a page on the breakdown of the phasing, if you phase, I know you said you're gonna do maybe every 8 houses. If you could just maybe do a color-coded plan showing each 8-house section, so we know on the plan where that's going on the phasing.
I'm taking notes.
It'd also be nice to mark which ones are designated affordable.
Yep.
Sure, we can do that.
Can I ask a question?
go ahead,
Procedural.
Mr. Baselli.
Procedural. So I understand that Boston Survey Consultants has been retained as the peer reviewer. I don't have a contact. Have they indicated when have they officially been engaged? Have they given a schedule on their review? Is there a name of a contact person? Can I directly speak to him? I know nothing about any of that.
I can help with that.
Okay.
So we have requested a contract from BSC. They did submit to us a preliminary contract, which town council reviewed. Town council had one amendment to the contract, so that was sent right back to BSC to have included. So I would anticipate having that back from them quite shortly. And as soon as we've got the contract signed by the town, I will give you that information.
Okay.
And start to do the work.
So I can't really reach out to anyone until they're engaged.
Well, we don't have a signed contract, so there's not a way for us to ensure that they get paid for their time with you until we have it done. So, but we, are certainly, like I said, they've already submitted a prospective contract to us, and the amendment was like adding, I don't know, a sentence or two to it. So I would anticipate that it will be done pretty quickly.
Do you know if it includes timeframes, for the review?
Their contract is pretty general, but, certainly the intent is that by having the peer engineer that you can have contact with them and get work done in between meetings
Mhm.
so that this moves forward quickly.
Okay. Then I'll just wait till the information's available. In the meantime, I can work on some of the other things that the town engineer raised.
Very good. All right, so we are looking toward a continuation. Noreen, I don't know if you had a date in mind?
Yeah, so I think we would also be looking at November 19th.
Need a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, Scott.
I'll make a motion to continue till November, did you say 19th?
Yes.
Second.
Motion.
6th.
To continue to November 19th was made by Scott and seconded, I believe, by Ed. Roll call vote. Ken?
Ken Forman, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So that hearing is continued to November 19th. Attorney Glenn, your team, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you for being
Good night.
there. We appreciate
Thank
the
you.
comments. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, so that wraps up our public hearings and we are on to our own open meeting items. We have voting minutes from August 20th, 2020 and September 3rd, 2020.
Is it
Take-
possible to table both?
Sure.
Oh, I was gonna make a motion to accept them. I just read both of them today.
So
All
I,
right,
so I did not review them. So if it's possible to table both of them.
Sure. Board administrative approval. D. Virgilio, trustee, 335 Shore Street in Falmouth, a request for a minor modification to a previously approved plans, application 25-20. And this is regarding, we approved this not too long ago, Noreen. And I believe they're asking for a modification to include the cupola back on. Is that correct?
Yes, Bob should have the application that they filled out in front of him, which would provide you with the details. But basically, they're reconstructing the house. Their height was going to be, I believe, 34 feet, 10 inches. They had originally requested a cupola on top. The board had requested that they remove the cupola. The applicant had agreed to that. It was included as a condition within the decision. They're now asking to put the cupola back. And they're also before the board for a condenser pad, which will slightly increase the lot coverage.
I remember removing the cupola. I mean, they were already up at close to 35 feet.
Right.
I thought.
So Ken did suggest removing the cupola, and actually, I agreed with him on that after he explained what it was with the height. And I just am a little concerned that we made that one specific condition, and nothing has been done with the property yet. And they were trying to get an administrative approval to just put it back in. So
we do have a statement into the chat from Kevin Clower, who's representing the homeowners. And he's making the point about the historical commission having mentioned it within their approval. I think the question here, though, is that we don't have anything from historic that specifically requests or requires, excuse me, that the cupola be retained. And like I said, the board did specifically vote to have it removed. So they're now asking to have it back. Kevin Flower is there if you want to speak with him.
All right. And I know
So just-
typically we don't,
Note something in the
Yes.
online chat.
we don't usually have any sort of comment on administrative
And
approvals,
did-
but
yeah, Mr. Chairman, what you just said, I think we have to start sticking to some of the rules. There is no comment on these administrative approvals of open meeting. I think he's made it clear of what his reasoning was for it. His reasoning with historical, but at this point, I would not be interested in taking comments.
Mr. Foreman made an argument that they raised the house. They could have left the house lower and had the cupola.
Right.
But they insisted on having the house because of the flood, the flood regulations. And now they're coming in after the fact to put the cupola. I'm with you guys on that.
Could you give us a little more detail on the condenser pad?
So it should be within the plan that you have, the application.
So does that, regarding a condenser pad, how does that affect, is that something that affects lot coverage or anything, or is that's
Yeah,
not
so
part of
there's typically a concrete pad or an area where the condenser would be that was not previously included within the lot coverage. So they do need a minor increase related to the condenser.
That is minor, though.
No, I don't have a problem with approving that. If you approve a condenser pad, you have to be very specific that it's only for a condenser and it can't be used to build on for something else at some point.
I think that's fine to put in.
So I don't know if we do this like a regular motion, but if so, I would make a motion that we stick with the original decision regarding the cupola, and that stays removed from the property, but we allow the condenser pad.
Mr. Chairman, is that just the
I'll
vote
second it.
members on that last one? Or is it who votes on this?
I would say it's the regular voting members being an administrative approval. Noreen, is that correct?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
All right. Is there a motion?
So I make a motion to uphold the removal of the cupola from the original decision, but to allow the addition of the condenser pad as represented.
I'll second it.
All right. Motion was made by Bob and seconded by Ed. Roll call vote. Ken?
And Foreman, aye.
Ed?
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Bob?
Robert Dugan, aye.
Scott?
Scott Zelinski, aye.
And TJ Hurry, aye. So the motion passes unanimously. All right. Up next, we have a board vote to update changes to our fee schedule. Earlier this week, Noreen circulated proposed changes to our fee schedule. Traditionally, I know that the board doesn't really get involved with setting the prices ourselves or anything like that. But since Noreen is making a request to change so many prices and they're more in line with other departments and other towns, we figured it might be best to put it on the open meeting item to discuss if necessary and have a possible vote. It wouldn't exactly be a binding vote, but it would certainly be a persuasive vote to pass along to the the select board, who ultimately has the say in setting the fee schedule.
So I looked at the schedule you sent and it seems more in line. This was my question. There's situations where things are done without a permit, and then there's, of course, a violation and there's a charge for now that you have to reapply. Is there a way for us to convey to the selectmen that although we're giving this as a suggested price schedule, because of situations we've seen before, these small figures are giving developers the choice that it is better for them to take the violation and pay the fine than to deal with this anymore? I actually think that some of these, especially on the commercial, should be much higher than what we're suggesting just for that reason. We had a situation where it's come up before where we were told flat out, I'd rather just take the fine. And these amounts, even though that we're raising the amounts, they just seem so small. So I understand you not wanting to give a larger amount because they may get nervous. But I think we should still confer to them that we would actually like the selectmen to consider a larger monetary amount so that it would give people second thoughts before doing the violation and taking the fine versus what the fine would be if they do it wrong.
I think that parallels with enforcement too. We have to ask at some point for more enforcement and then those fines parallel with what Bob just brought up. You can't really have one without the other.
I mean, these fee schedules are minor. I mean, when you're looking at even residential, even at what we're suggesting, that's a drop in the bucket. I mean, if I was doing a building, I'd say, hey, I'll just pay the fee. It's easy.
At commercial, I'm surprised that isn't $500.
Yeah, I
It'd
would
be
think
more.
commercial should be higher or more. I think the commercial is just
About
way
not
too
doing
low.
abatements with older buildings with lead and asbestos and other things. What do you think those fees would be if they had to take them and have them abated and manifested in some
Non-
situations?
the
Far more than $500.
The non-criminal enforcement of these things, though, is capped by the legislature, I believe, at $300 a day. And that's nothing until the legislature seems fit to change that, there's not much we can do. You also have to get the building inspector to issue the fine on a daily basis. That's kind of what's hamstringing us.
But are we tied back with an actual cap for us? I don't think we are.
I suppose you could ask the select board if they're interested in, some sort of major fine, like, I don't know, $500 for residential or $1,000 for commercial, where if work is done without a permit and it's proved that that's the case, that they are subject, I don't know how they would handle that.
Or in
So I think-
violation of the permit. Yeah.
I mean, I think, for the zoning board, you never had a double fee before. But as I'm looking through the town fee schedule, I see not only does the building department have it, conservation has it, Board of Health has it. So it certainly seems reasonable that, minimally you would mirror what the other departments are doing. But, it probably is something for the select board to consider.
So I think we need to convey that to the select board. Maybe it's a letter that's sent in with it, with this comment. And I think
Sure.
we need to convey that unless these fines are of an amount that have some kind of teeth, these people that violate are just going to choose to pay the fine because it's so diminutive. And commercial automatic, I think the commercial one right away is way too low. That's commercial property. But even on these other ones and these violations, $100 and $500, that's not going to do it. I mean, that's not even going to come close. They're just going to look at it and say, okay, thank you.
They're going to figure that into their cost for the job. That's all.
Right away.
But if you make the fine so much a day, that'll get their attention.
You're exactly right. And it would force them to force the building department for enforcement. Because they'd want, if they did
Right.
do it, they'd want an accurate accounting of how long it's been since they were in violation. The longer it's stretched out,
That's right.
they would have to pay. They'd be the ones seeking a finalization of, rectifying the permit violation. I would think human nature would tell me that's what would happen.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of
Right.
communities where that enforcement's not taking place, unfortunately.
I mean, let's face it, there are
Well,
houses
we know that, yeah.
under the cover of darkness.
Yeah.
So did you want
We
to,
know all about that.
increase the commercial properties fee then to 500?
I would.
Is that
Yeah.
what you're suggesting?
Per day.
No.
That's the
No.
fee.
I'm talking about the filing fee.
The
The
filing
filing.
fee. Yeah.
Yes, I think that's
Oh.
reasonable for a commercial venture.
Okay. And then, like I said, what we can do is submit our fees because it's actually the select board that votes the fees and sets them essentially. So they're just looking for our input. But I can certainly send a letter with these requests suggesting that they look into that.
How long has it been
Good.
since these have been altered?
That's a good question.
We made a minor modification maybe about a year ago, Noreen. I remember going to the selectmen over that, but
Yeah,
the last-
we did add the amendment fee because prior to that, people had been coming back for minor changes. And, it really is not fair for what we have to, write something up that they have to file, et cetera, that, the town does need to charge for that, so.
I don't remember the last time we had a good hard look at the fees, though.
Yeah, I think,
But I think really the only other major change was the comprehensive permits. And I was rather shocked when I looked at what the fee was that you were charging. It was totally unreasonable. We've essentially set the nonprofits now at a $1,000 filing fee, and then the for-profits, which is most developments, would be $2,000 filing fee plus the payment per unit.
mhm.
And given the amount of time and effort that, the town's putting in on these applications, that's much more in line with what would be fair.
Is that more in line, more in line with what other towns around the Cape are doing too?
Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. And the other part of it is that, when you look at, many of these 40Bs or some of the 40Bs that you're getting, are very similar to what you would be looking at with a subdivision. It's the same amount of work, it's the same amount of evaluation. And so these fees are really more in line with what you'd expect for a subdivision.
All right. Does anyone want to make a vote then, or make a motion rather?
I'll make a motion to vote Noreen's recommendations for fee changes as mentioned.
But increasing the request for commercial to 500.
And also to ask the select board for them to consider higher fees due to the facts that we listed.
All right. So, motion was made by Scott. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
All right, seconded by Bob. Roll call vote, and why not include everyone? Ken,
Ken Forman, aye.
Ed,
Ed Van Kuren, aye.
Scott,
Scott Zelinski, aye.
James,
James Morse, aye.
Bob,
Robert Dugan, aye.
Mary,
Abstain.
and TJ Hurry, aye. So passes 6-1, or I'm sorry, 6 with 1 abstention. All right, up next, board discussion. Bob, I think you were getting at something earlier. Do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so we are being inundated with 40Bs. We have to stand in for every other department. The applications are very lengthy. And we're seeing applications come in where presentations at some points seem to be giving deceptive answers. And we have properties that have unique features on them. I think that the board at this point needs to have council representation for all 40Bs. We
I agree.
need to actually have somebody here so that when these developers or presenters give answers and responses, they can be held to some kind of a standard. And we've been handling these a lot, but even when you get to the point of having to write up these decisions, they're all looking for loopholes now. And unless you have somebody that's checking off all the legal boxes and are aware of all the legal jargon and what has to be in there, it puts the board, the town, and the abutters at a disadvantage. So I think in our procedures, we should automatically require, just like we're now doing peer review, that we want representation. If the town in some situations says that money's not available, then town council should be appearing at every one of our hearings, and they should be in on the discussion on all these projects. I think it would be easier to get outside counsel. I think the town would probably be okay with that. But this is something they have to understand. I mean, tonight alone, we had one project. There must be 50 to 60 pages of comments, reviews on just a actually more of a basic project than some of them that we've seen, even though it's a large project. We've got some that have massive environmental concerns. We have others that dealing with fill. We've got stuff dealing with state roads, easements, butters, and I think we need it. And I think at that point, the council needs to do the drafts. They could supply them to the administrator. And we're happy to go over the drafts. And at that point, if we want to do comments to submit to them because it's the end of the hearing, that's fine. But I think it's something that we need. The reason I brought it up in one of the hearings tonight is I just want to make sure that on hearings that we have right now, we are not waiting till too late in the hearing to say right now, we need counsel. And on the one that I brought up earlier, I think it's still fine because we've continued.
Right.
But I don't want to go to any more of these projects and site visits and after 3 or 4 hearings, be told something very specific by the applicant's representative, and then somebody completely flipping the answer when it's a site visit and when they know that we don't have somebody taking down all the minutes. And there's issues that go with that. And this is getting worse and worse. We've got another, 2 or 3 coming up. It's too much. It's, we've got a great staff here. They can't keep up with all of this. You've got town engineer that's already saying they can't do all this work anymore. It's taking up too much time. So I just think it's appropriate. And I don't know if, how we have to vote this in, if we have to vote this in at the next meeting, or if we can do it in open session regarding the procedures. But I want to make sure that if we go for this, that it's in effect for the current projects that we're foreseeing right now.
Right, so.
I think you're right. I mean, when you get to a point where you feel like you need to be protected because these hearings get stretched out and so long that they become so convoluted, someone has to be able to stick their finger in the dike and say something needs to be fixed legally or process-wise or something else. And there's nobody on this board other than Mr. Hurry. And Mr. Morris that can identify some of those legal aspects. But how can you expect at one point tonight, I didn't know where we were. Everybody's looking at each other because the applicant didn't have anything to present or anybody with him to present anything. So we didn't know what to do next. So it gets kicked down the road. At some point, somebody's got to make an opinion about it that we can stand behind to keep that from happening, or at least move it down the road. I agree with you 100%.
And right now we've got a little buffer in timelines.
Yep.
This buffer is not going to stay with us. And that's my other concern. If you get a presenter that basically comes and veils all the information for 2 or 3 meetings, and now you're up for a deadline and you have to get the decisions in, and we haven't even discussed the rest of the project, we can't afford to do that anymore. I mean, I also think that legally on some of these, I know it goes through these state agencies, but at some point, I think we need to report to the state agencies if we have people that are presenting these projects and are coming up with information that, quite frankly, borders on incompetence. I think those agencies have to know. Because it's not that we're holding back on meetings. We are not getting the information that we are requesting, and they are stalling as long as possible because they know we're going to be pushed against the deadline.
And we need somebody to be able to read between the lines. Those loopholes have to be closed up.
Right, so essentially, where you have 180 days typically, other than COVID time, to hear an application, you do have the right to extend that, because if you find that an applicant is not producing the information that you've requested or in a timely way, that you would have to extend the hearing. But that being said, I think it's more contingent on the applicant. They're in a big rush to file with you. They're in a big rush to open the hearing, that it's only reasonable that they would be prepared and to give you the information and do a presentation, answer your questions. And
isn't the burden on them anyway?
It is, but I think they're wasting your time when they come unprepared.
When you have more than 3 hearings and you're still asking the same questions, that's a problem.
It is.
There
It's,
was at least one case I read about where a denial was upheld by the courts because the applicant didn't provide what was considered as suitable information.
yeah, no,
Is there
absolutely.
a time frame, Ken?
Time frame for that?
Yes.
Well, I don't remember all the details, but they, they were denied. Yeah, they came up. I'm sure they came up against the, decision time
Yeah.
because it wasn't COVID, but it was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
They made their decision as a denial, and then
Right.
they appealed it to the hack. The hack actually went with the developer, as they always do, and then they took it to the courts, and the courts upheld it,
Yeah.
upheld the decision of the zoning board.
And that's another reason, an example that if we got to that situation and we had to do that, you need to have legal counsel that's writing that up. And they want to go through the hearings and back it up so that even if we get overturned by hack, they've already submitted their case and then they can go right to the courts.
Also,
Right,
just
and
creating a proper record about why the denial was made. The board has asked for information over and over again, got incomplete information, or was simply not provided the information requested. It's about just creating a record. Noreen, I do have a question though. Can we require non-attorneys who are making presentations to give their presentation under oath? I mean, the reason I ask is an attorney, when presenting under essentially the model rules of professional conduct, is obligated to speak the truth to a tribunal or a court at all times. And if it
Right.
was shown that they lied or misrepresented, they can be disciplined by the Board of Bar Overseers. If Mr. Hury or I made a false presentation to this board, we could get jammed up. Someone who's not an attorney is under no ethical obligation. And I've seen other administrative agencies require sworn testimonies from non-lawyers. I don't know if that's within our purview or not, but it could end some of the issues we're having. Just
And
as-
I think that's an
Quasi-judicial.
excellent point.
No, that's a really
Very
good point, and I would say that what I'm seeing here in Falmouth is very atypical. Most all the other 40Bs that I've worked on, all the developers had attorneys that they paid to do the work for them. And the developer would participate, but the attorney was primarily in charge.
So,
And
so that goes to the applications. Every application we've got in from the state shows that those developers have a legal representation and they're listed in the application. Yet we've got some applications where we've never even seen the party, they've never signed a form, and they've never come before us. So I think we have some kind of teeth on something like that. They have represented to the state. They haven't said that this person is presenting. They're saying, this is our legal authority. And the state, when they makes the decision, says, great, you've got somebody legal on the case. So again, I don't know what the legalities are, but I think James's point is absolutely fantastic. I think they should be signing those statements the day they put in those applications.
Because it becomes very ambiguous right after that. Nope.
yeah, no, it absolutely makes sense because, as you may be aware, the state does not specify that it be an attorney that presents the information. And I'm sure people are finding that it's perhaps less expensive to not have an attorney do this work for you. But I think what happens is that you're getting a variety of information presented to you depending on what they want to shelter the developer from or what may have happened. And, it's really not fair to the board. You're not getting a straight answer on your questions.
Less expensive and less dangerous for them as well. Right, James?
And just for the record, I just want to be clear, I'm not casting any aspersions at anyone who's
No.
presented, just to be clear.
No, but it's perfectly reasonable. I think, there's an expectation that what is being conveyed to the board is true and accurate. And beyond that if you're talking about issues that are technical in nature, such as engineering or whatever else it is, that the people that are preparing these plans are the ones who are the facts and answering your questions.
There are also projects I don't think an attorney is necessary, where the architect or engineer who presents is more than capable and is not going to risk their professional reputation by misleading the regulatory authority here.
So Noreen, why on a 40B isn't a peer review by having a peer review council covered
So
under them having to put monies towards it?
it was formerly allowed, and then the state decided to discontinue that because they found that necessarily communities were billing the developer for, their council time. And they just decided to discontinue that. So read through the state legislation, it very specifically exempts you from charging that.
So
how
what's
do
the
we
move?
handle this? Do we make a motion to request counsel for all 40Bs? Do we request for a change in our procedure? How do we handle this?
Well, so I did send an email to the town manager and to town council today, specifically very brief, but that this was needed. We essentially have consent from town manager to have town council work with us on this. So I would basically be understanding that they are understanding our request and that they intend to help us fulfill this.
So how do we, when do we find that out? And if we don't hear back from them, how do we request it on current application?
Right, so I'll just send town council and copy town manager an email tomorrow morning. I'll advise them of the specific dates that we have the upcoming applications for, and that we are requesting that we have someone in place by that time.
Okay, if that doesn't work, I suppose TJ can, we can send a letter under TJ's name to the selectmen.
Board?
Of course.
I mean, it's really perfectly reasonable because you realize that obviously, if you approve any decision and you include even one condition, it is technically appealable. And, given the number of appeals that are going on, it's more valuable that you have an attorney who works with you through the decision process so the decision is as tight and accurate as it can be. And certainly that person could assist if there was an appeal as well.
Right.
Absolutely.
So I think it's essentially protection from the town, for the town, because when you realize how many people, even the regular citizens who hire an attorney to represent them, they're paying someone their time to do that research and presentation for you. And that, so indeed, who for the town is going to do that same work? Who's going to protect the town, do the research, et cetera? And I think within the office, we've made best efforts. But I think the other part is that when you realize that you're working on multiple 40Bs at one time, in addition to all your other cases, which are no longer simple additions and garages, when you look at the complex nature of it all, it makes sense that you need support for that.
It's a reasonable request.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't see how they could shake their head at it. I mean,
Yeah.
they're all for these 40Bs and they're always in support of them. Well, they need to be in support of the board that has to do the work on them.
Noreen, doesn't the state law allow us that? Regarding 40, allows us if we want to get counsel.
Yes, you absolutely can have counsel. Prior to the change, you were allowed to require the developer to pay for that. However, the state has specifically disallowed you charging the developer for your own attorney. So while you're allowed to charge them for peer engineering or, financial review or whatever else it is, that the state has determined that if you want to have your own legal counsel, that the town has to cover that.
And I believe there are grants out there The correct state agency is not in my mind right now, but there are some sort of grants that we can apply to, especially since the town's footing the bill. That would be my only concern. I'm 100% in favor of obtaining counsel for these 40Bs, but it becomes expensive really quick. So
Yep.
it becomes a budgetary issue for the town.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think the other part too is that I know that the abutters are looking at these 40Bs that are constantly coming in. And they're saying, who's looking out for us? And I
Right.
think, it's only responsible that, you have counsel who's saying, hey, look, we're going to ensure that the property line's not damaged, so that the abutters, because of course, they have civil opportunities, but you don't want to create that. You want to make sure that things are done as best possible.
Well, really, the town, we should be much more proactive. Here was a 6-acre parcel you could have picked up for $376,000 and maybe been municipally funded. We could have put 10 or 12 affordable homes up and be done with it. You're not dealing with 32 houses.
All right. Anything else in terms of discussion?
Yeah, Terry, did you ever hear back from the select board or Julian about enforcement? Where are we with that, with zoning enforcement?
If you're referencing the email I sent, I haven't heard back anything personally, but Noreen, I don't know if you've heard anything.
I have not. I would imagine it's probably time. I didn't know if that would be something that you'd potentially want to have. I mean, obviously you can't have one of your Saturday breakfasts except virtually. But you may want to invite a member of the select board to attend so that they can sort of be better in touch with what's going on. You can bring up that enforcement issue. I guess the only other way would be to be on their agenda.
Sure.
Squeaky wheel gets the grease.
And the selectmen, the select board, someone is appointed as the liaison between our board and theirs. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't recall who that might
It's
be.
Doug Brown?
I think it's
okay.
Doug Brown.
Doug Jones, sorry.
Doug Jones.
Doug Jones.
Could we do something? I mean, I would certainly make myself available for it, and maybe they'd want to ask individual board members different questions about how it affects our decisions and enforcement or how we do our job. I mean, it's getting to a point where Falmouth's becoming Dodge City with people doing whatever they want and nobody doing anything about it. So it doesn't matter how much work we do. If conditions aren't enforced, then what are we doing?
Right.
And if nobody recognizes it, shame on them. It's time to have that discussion with somebody, Terry.
And if we
Right.
do meet besides the liaison, we also should make sure that the town manager and the chairman of the board of selectmen is there.
I don't care who comes. I mean.
No, but I think it's important. I think it's important to get some of the people
Our issue
with heads.
Or
Liaison is one
the other-
thing.
yeah,
You gotta have
or-
town manager.
Or the other possibility would be that perhaps they could Zoom in to your meeting or meet with you earlier before you start your meeting or something. Just, to find a time that's convenient so that this is not put off for any long period.
Now,
of
let me ask you one procedural question, Terry. Would that be better served in an executive session where we could be specific about specific cases without putting everybody's personal business in the street?
So executive session is pretty particular as to what's covered by executive session. So we would have to review that and see if.
Just a question.
Yeah, right.
It has to
No, I
be-
understand.
Has to be active litigation, doesn't it?
There's a number of other things as well. We would have to look at that.
Some of them are active litigation, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
So would we have to post this if we want to meet? Is this something that we have to schedule now because we have to post it?
Well, you know, I think what I
Yes.
think what I can do is maybe reach out to the town manager's office and explain that, you know, what the board's interested in doing and see if we can figure out a best way to arrange this.
As soon as possible.
Sounds good.
Not
Uh,
tomorrow.
Is there any discussion about when the town hall is going to be open to the public and we can have a
So,
meeting
Yeah,
in the
so
town hall?
I have asked about that, and part of the issue is that even for the board's setup in your former habitat, it was difficult to have sufficient spacing between people. There was not 6 feet of distance between people. And so getting the board even back into the meeting space, it's likely that it will not be until some point next year. And that the public will be eventually invited to come back into the town hall. But, you know, there will be limitations and it will not include any meetings. So I'm afraid that we're kind of stuck with this Zoom situation for the time being.
It
Well,
says on
TJ's
the
getting
agenda
very good at running
next
Zoom
week
meetings.
At Town Hall.
I had to do it during my day job too. It worked out well. It is 10:30, 10:31 rather. The
I think
motion to continue
I think
was
we've
until
discussed this
10:30.
to death.
Yeah.
All right. So if we're all done, board updates, I think we covered that. Future agenda items, anything? All right, our next hearing is here, Zoom Town Hall, as Ken likes to say, October 15th, 6:30. Meeting
All right, we'll
adjourned.
see you then.
Bye,
Thank you. Good
everybody.
night,
Good
all.
night, everyone.
Have a good
Good night.
night.